I declare open this hearing of the Joint Standing Committee on Northern Australia. Is there something there? I begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet, the Ngunnawal and Ngambri people of Ngunnawal country, and I pay my respects to their elders past and present, and I extend that respect to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people today. The committee will be conducting today's hearing in person by video conference. Committee members attending are here in the room, myself, Marion Scrimgeour, Chair, Mr Smith and Senator Stirl. Joining us online by video conferencing is the Honourable Melissa Price as Deputy Chair and Mr Gosling. These are public proceedings being video streamed live by the Parliament's website, and a Hansard transcript is being made. I remind witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It's unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated as contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. Witnesses also have a right to request to be heard in camera. The Senate has resolved that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth or of a state shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution does not preclude questions asking for an explanation of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. If a witness objects to answering a question, they should state the ground upon which the objection is made, and the committee will determine whether it will insist on an answer, having regard to the ground in which the committee claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request that the answer be given in camera. Commonwealth officers appearing today are also reminded of the Senate order specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised. A copy of the order is available from the Secretariat. I also remind witnesses who are appearing by video conference and who are not speaking to mute their microphones. I now welcome representatives from the Northern Australia Infrastructure Facility and the Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development, Communications, Sports and the Arts, and the Office of Northern Australia in person. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to the committee has been provided to you, but for the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today? So should we go on? Oh,
sure. Lisa Rowder, First Assistant Secretary responsible for Regional Development, Northern Australia and Local Government from the Department of Infrastructure.
Kynan Gowland, Acting Assistant Secretary, Office of Northern Australia.
And who have we got online?
You've got Neil McDonald, Chief Executive Officer of the Northern Australia Infrastructure Facility.
And Cathy McBean, Strategic Policy and Engagement Officer from Northern Australia Infrastructure Facility.
Thank you. I invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions. So, Ms Rowder.
Thank you. So thanks for the opportunity to appear today. The Australian Government remains committed to unlocking Northern Australia's enormous potential and actively preparing for emerging industries across the region. The Australian Government continues to invest in infrastructure across Australia to improve productivity, resilience, safety and livability for communities around the country. As at the budget of 2026-27, the infrastructure program includes $26 billion of funding towards major projects across Northern Australia, including the Bruce Highway, Outback Highway and Tanami Road. The department works across other government departments and industry to support productive, sustainable and connected communities across the north. This includes targeted investments to strengthen supply chains, such as delivering a national freight and supply chain strategy, expand digital connectivity, including free Wi-Fi for communities to connect them in 23 remote First Nations communities, and upgrade transport networks and infrastructure through the Infrastructure Investment Program, to prepare for new opportunities and develop emerging industries. Through the Office of Northern Australia, the Northern Australia Action Plan 2024 to 2029 sets our strategic direction for the region. Northern Australia holds many of the assets needed to develop emerging industries at scale. These include land, natural resources, significant reserves of critical minerals and strategic resources, proximity to key markets in Southeast Asia, and significant opportunities for First Nations economic participation. The Department is very aware of the unique challenges for businesses operating in Northern Australia, including vast distances, thin markets, climate vulnerabilities, housing pressures and workforce shortages. The Department is driving collaboration to support economic development in Northern Australia through mechanisms such as the Northern Australia Ministerial Forum, working groups under this forum such as the Housing Working Group, and working with the Northern Australia Indigenous Reference Group, as well as engagement with government-supported entities such as interdepartmental committees, the Cooperative Research Centre for Northern Australia and other external stakeholders. Communities undergoing major economic transitions such as Gove Peninsula, Weipa, Groot Eland and Mount Isa, where limited economic diversity will be further impacted by downsizing and closure of mining operations affecting local employment, assets and services, but they also provide opportunities to foster emerging industries. Supporting communities undergoing this economic transition with policy influence and leveraging past experience offers us a chance to realise opportunity and ensure that these communities are positioned to directly support and sustainably benefit from emerging industries. I also thought worth pointing out that the Office of Northern Australia, which Kynan and I represent today, is not a deliverer of actual infrastructure projects. We do coordinate across government and we do influence government policy and also support government mechanisms such as the Northern Australia Ministerial Forum, but questions on specific projects may need to be directed to other parts of the department or across government.
Okay.
No, you have an opening statement.
Oh, Mr. Gowland or Mr. McDonald?
Mr. McDonald.
Do you have an opening
yes.
statement?
Yes, Chair. So thank you, Chair and members of the committee. NAIF welcomes the opportunity to contribute to this inquiry. Since 2016, we've supported economic growth, jobs and improved social outcomes by financing economic infrastructure across Northern Australia. Over that period, we've committed more than $4.5 billion across 35 projects in energy, resources, agriculture, transport, water and social infrastructure. These projects are forecast to generate approximately $33 billion in economic impact and support more than 18,700 jobs. This experience gives NAIF a practical perspective on what is required to unlock the North's economic potential. Northern Australia is at an important point. The energy transition, demand for critical minerals, defence investment, agriculture and Indigenous enterprise all present significant national opportunities. In our experience, the main constraint is not a lack of opportunity, it is the challenge of delivering enabling infrastructure in remote, high cost and thin market environments. And common barriers that we see include underdeveloped energy systems, limited transport and port capacity, workforce and housing shortages, and financing gaps for large, long-life assets. We help address these gaps by providing patient, flexible capital that can de-risk projects and attract private investment. Looking ahead, we see significant opportunities in renewable power, critical minerals processing, manufacturing, defence-aligned infrastructure, common user infrastructure and regional supply chains. Realising these opportunities requires coordinated investment, integrated infrastructure planning and continued attention to workforce and community benefits. Our current pipeline remains robust. We've got 20 projects in the pipeline representing a potential loan value of approximately $2.2 billion and a total project value of $6.8 billion. We stand ready to continue partnering with the government and industry to support sustainable economic development across Northern Australia. Thank you, and we look forward to your questions.
Thank you. And I will start with Mr. Matt. Do you have any questions?
Yeah, I mean, all of us here, we spend a fair bit of time traversing around the far north, speaking to industry and business. And some of the feedback we get, particularly around the NAIF loans, is that the process itself is quite burdensome on small business in particular. Is there a thought of streamlining these processes to make it easier? Because, I mean, when you're trying to get something up and running, particularly in some of these places, you're flat out anyway without having to run through a variety of hoops. Is that something that's on the radar?
Look, we're definitely looking at our processes to make sure that we're easy to do business with, and identifying opportunities where we can streamline those processes. I think one of the things that we do in our role is to do due diligence on projects, and that process itself can be valuable for proponents as well. But yes, we are very much focused on making sure that we are streamlining our processes to make sure that what we're doing is very much fit for purpose.
Mr. McDonald, can I just ask, are you able to tell me how many, and Mr. Smith's right, following on from his question, how many projects have been funded by NAIF across Northern Australia, so Western Australia, Northern Territory and North Queensland?
Yes, so in terms of projects, we funded 35 projects across Northern Australia, of which I think it's 9 in Northern Australia, 11 in Western Australia and 15 in Queensland.
And are
Sorry,
you
can
able...
I just jump in and I'll just review those numbers. There's $1 billion and 9 investments in the Northern Territory, 1.7 billion in WA and 10 investments, and 1.8 billion in Queensland with 16 investments. Sorry, I just had it in front of me.
Good.
That's
Thanks,
good.
Kathy.
Thank you, Ms. McBean. Are you able to table where those? I mean, you've just said 9 in the Northern Territory, 11 in. Was that Western Australia or Queensland? WA.
10 in Western Australia.
And then the others in Queensland. Are you able to table just where, just detail, not getting into, and I get the commercial in confidence, but where those projects are, and at what level are they funded?
Yes, we can provide that information. It is publicly available, but we can table that.
Yep, thank you. I might just. Are you able to also, Mr. McDonald, because the government made some changes to the NAIF requirements to allow the external territories to apply for. Those loans or to the NAIF fund. Has there been any applications or approaches from the external territories to the department?
Yes, I might just hand that one to Kathy, because she's been involved in some of our engagement with the Indian Ocean territories.
Thank you, Chair. We have had strong discussions with multiple organisations in the IOTs. However, we haven't had one that has joined our pipeline.
Okay. And is that because when we look at emerging industries and some of our terms of reference, the biggest issue, the crane operations, infrastructure to enable those industries to be able to develop and work. So nothing's been submitted, or there's been no discussion with the department?
So the department looks after their port infrastructure, so I might throw back to them.
Yeah, no,
but in relation
I'm going to come to the department in a minute. That's
okay. But in relation to proponents on the island, we've spoken to numerous businesses who were looking at expanding, but we haven't received a formal application on any of those as yet. Yeah.
Thanks, Ms. McBean. Can I, Ms. Rowder, go to you in terms of the Indian Ocean territories? The Commonwealth does have responsibility for the external territories. There are a number of infrastructure, not just in terms of emerging industries, but infrastructure per se across there, and Defence are doing a major airstrip, I think, on Cocos. Yes. What's the view from the department in terms of fixing, like that crane's been inoperable for some time? What's the timeline on that?
Yeah, so at the moment, the government did commit, I believe it was $10 million towards putting in a new crane. However, I think there was an engineering study in order to prepare the landing area for that crane, found that the sort of, I guess, the area that the crane was to be positioned on was then inadequate and wasn't going to support a new crane. So that $10 million has been redirected towards creating a stable base for the new crane, and then we'll have to approach government for funding for a new crane once that new base is put in place and secured. Okay. So that work is underway.
The engineering work?
Yeah, the engineering work for the footings and, to support a new crane.
How long that may... What?
I don't know, but I have to take that on notice and come back to you.
Okay. Does the Department of Infrastructure... is there any conversations with the Public Works Committee about what next? I mean, if that money's been redirected to look at the pad... and to try and get the stability of that so a new crane can go on.
Yep.
Has that been, has discussions happened with the Public Works Committee to look at that in terms of government...
I'm not responsible for territory, so I'd have to take that on notice. But
okay.
I think Public Works Committee gets triggered, if you like, where projects are of a certain size and value. So I'm not sure that Public Works was triggered for that particular project.
Thank you. Matt?
I guess you've mentioned specifically WEPA in terms of challenges with the downgrading of the mining and things of that nature, and the decommissioning process, particularly the Comalco Act, in which things are going to be returned back to their natural state. There is where do the opportunities, I guess, lie for communities like WEPA and others in the far north who have been wholly dependent on some of those mining things, and they're coming to the end of their natural life. What do you see as our opportunities there for that future investment, and how do we streamline this and get that up and running now so that we're not panicking in 20, 30 years' time?
Thank you. So the opportunities, going back, we are absolutely doing some policy work around looking at communities undergoing their economic transitions, and WEPA and the Gove Peninsula are classic ones where the mining industry is in transitioning or ceasing. There is, for WEPA, there's further work that needs to be done with both the state government. I personally have had some local conversations with the I want to say the council, but the representatives.
The town authority.
And it's talking, and some of their idea is like establishing common workplaces and the like to encourage businesses to come in, to lower the cost to start up and the like. There is absolutely further work that is required there, and some more strategic planning, but that work from our perspective is ongoing. We have our Northern Australia Indigenous Reference Group looking at a policy piece and advice to government from how do we support those First Nations communities undergoing those economic transition piece. So it's work underway at the moment, and we know there's a CRC time that also looking at this piece as well. So they're looking at how do you support these communities as the mining industry is closing down, and how do you maintain the economy post?
Is there further, I guess, looking at the social impact of that? I mean, obviously, Rio's moving south, which is creating more of a fly-in, fly-out experience for people who have previously been able to drive to work in the morning, around, I guess, putting those social supports around those families who are going to be impacted moving forwards?
Yeah. Certainly there would be. I know that you're talking with the National Indigenous Australians Agency later today, and they'll be able to answer those questions. Yep.
Oh, are you finished, Matt?
I am.
Yeah.
Yeah, look, I'd like to have a crack.
Still?
Look, thanks, Chair, and thank you to the officers of both departments. And now, Mr McDonald, you touched on in your opening statement, although Ms Arorti, you said that you don't talk about infrastructure, but I'm going to ask some questions around ports and infrastructure. But firstly, I just want to have a little bit of a preamble. The work being done between the state government and the federal government, and I've got my West Australian hat firmly screwed onto this head here, has been nothing short of magnificent in the last 4, 5, 6 years. The widening of the road, the passing lanes, rest areas for our trucks, this has been fantastic. We're doing the work around the Kununurra Airport, which is imperative because the new mine opening up has started out there, Sawbell Hills, I think it is. The Hills one. Anyway, what I want to ask, going down this path, that the Chair and myself and Senator Smith, I think that was it, and Senator Colbeck, I think we did a tour of the Wyndham Port. Was that this committee or RAP?
No, we did the tour of the Wyndham.
No, there was this committee.
We didn't have Senator Colbeck.
Oh, we didn't, sorry. I get all my hats mixed up in the Kimberley. But we were privileged to get out there and see what Cambridge Golf Limited are doing on the Wyndham Port with great support from Kimberley Ports. Now, one of the greatest achievements that I think for that part of the world, particularly Wyndham, and it's an old truckie that's been running in there since 1980, was the reintroduction of the first port of entry. Are you able to answer questions around that?
We can answer some basic questions. We certainly did work or liaise closely with the Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestries, who are responsible for first port of entry, and we sort of, I guess, spoke with them regularly about progressing that as fast as we could, because we knew of the importance of that to the projects in the area. Yep. I know that has now been granted, and that there's work underway in terms of building the necessary infrastructure to enable the biosecurity testing that needs to happen at that port. I think Western Australia is responsible for delivering that infrastructure at the moment, and that's progressing. And I believe it's about a year or two away from actually being operational.
It's still that long, is it?
I believe so, but I would have to take that on notice. Kathy's nodding.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so Department of Agriculture and Fisheries, I understand, is on later on today, and it's probably best to go to detail is best to ask them those questions, because whilst we made that framework decision, so our department made the framework decision about first port of entry,
good stuff.
The border security piece and biosecurity piece and assessing the planning for the infrastructure, that's all DAF.
Well, that's very helpful, because we will have questions for them. So we'll put the department on notice. We're going to ask you questions about where are we up to, so if you're out there listening, and we're looking forward to hearing that it's just going to open up next week or something like that. Well, Chair, that'll do for me for the moment, thanks.
I've got a couple of questions from Mr Gosling online, and also the Deputy Chair, so I'll just go through that. So the Deputy Chair asked, how many staff are in the Northern Australia team?
So there was a question notice that that was asked at the recent Senate committee, and so I can break it down by location if that assists.
Yeah, if you wanted to, or you could table it if you want, if there's a whole.
I can absolutely
detail.
table, yeah. So we've already done a question on notice that will be coming out soon, but absolutely for...
2 Senate estimates?
Yes, 2 Senate.
Yeah, so can we get that information
Absolutely.
to here, just so that when we're doing, so, and then that will, the Deputy Chair just has asked that question.
So
if
there is
you
about
could-
26 staff in the Office of Northern
About
Australia.
26?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that includes the staff that we recently, as of December last year, moved into the Office of Northern Australia that are responsible for the governance and operational elements of the Northern Australia infrastructure facility that we have within the department. So that moved within the Office of Northern Australia.
Where is that office based as well?
So the office is based across Darwin, Cairns. We have staff in Townsville.
Okay.
We also have some staff now that the Northern Australia Infrastructure Facility, not of the agency but of our department, we've got staff based in Sydney, Canberra,
Perth
and
Alice Springs.
Alice Springs.
Okay.
So
I'm based in Cairns.
If we can get that detail, if you're,
Yeah,
so
we can
I'll
table
ask
that.
you, so if you want to take that as a question on notice
Yep.
and then table
Yep.
that
Absolutely.
information,
Not a
that'll
problem
be
at all.
good. The second part of the Deputy Chair, Melissa Price's question is NAIF able to fund joint Commonwealth and private projects?
question for Mr McDonald.
Is that for...
Okay. So yes, we can. So we assess each project on its merits, and that includes kind of projects that have got some level of private sector and Commonwealth or government involvement.
Have we got an estimation on how many are in the pipeline at the moment?
In terms of joint ones in government and private sector, I'd say the majority of the projects that we have are private sector proponents.
Yeah, all right. Thank you. I'll ask, and this is a question from Mr Gosling. So I've got 2 questions from him and then one for me. So he asked that stakeholder reports that current processes are too slow and complex for Northern Australian-based projects. Mr McDonald, the question is NAIF sufficiently agile in providing early stage financing?
We believe that we are agile. We work with a lot of proponents and we tailor financing to meet their specific needs. I think it's probably fair to say that some of the projects that we deal with are quite complex, and we're set up to be able to kind of support projects that are high risk and face challenges, reflecting the unique circumstances of Northern Australia. So some of the projects that we work with, it does take time to get the financing in place, but that's really about being able to provide long-term patient capital to support long-term projects.
Okay. And then his second question, and I think this may be for the department, Ms Rowder, is the federal government's committed over $440 million for regional logistic hubs in the Northern Territory. Where is this commitment up to?
So the regional logistics hubs have been undergoing business case development within the Northern Territory Government. Previously, we asked National Intermodal to help progress that process and do a study on where they thought that the most economically viable logistics hubs might be. They undertook that study, and then as a result of that, government in the 26-27 budget agreed to allocate $10 million of that $440 million to National Intermodal to continue that study and help progress the business case such that we can continue to work with Northern Territory Government on delivery of that commitment.
So how long has this been going? Is this from 2022?
Yes, that's right.
So what have been some of the challenges or barriers, Ms Rowder, with that?
Look, I think it is a Northern Territory Government-led project. I think the progress of the business case has been slow. They did submit a Stage 2 business case to Infrastructure Australia. I believe that was back in 2024. Early 2024, and they were given a large amount of feedback as to how that business case needed further development. And I think the time had passed and perhaps the initial assumptions around where the logistics hubs were best placed had changed, hence why the department asked National Intermodal to step in and modernise the assumptions around that. So it is progressing, but yes, I acknowledge it's progressing.
So when you say
slowly.
the department, the Commonwealth departments, Ms Rowder, is that right?
Yes, that's right.
So originally those logistics hubs, one was Catherine and I think Tennant, was it Tennant Creek?
There was one at
And
Tennant
Alice,
and Alice,
And Alice Springs, not Catherine?
Yes, Catherine. So it was regional logistics hubs in Catherine, Tennant Creek and Alice Springs.
Okay.
So they were and still are the areas of focus, but as Ms Rowder has explained, through the business case process and through the assistance of National Intermodal doing that feasibility study is kind of refining where the industry demand is and where our collective focus, so Northern Territory Government in particular, should be focusing the effort to develop which logistics hubs first.
Given the emerging industries and the critical, mines that are happening both in Tennant Creek and near Alice Springs, wouldn't it be imperative to get these logistics hubs in place and sort of fast track to meet that demand of what's happening with those emerging industries that are happening?
And that's certainly what National Intermodal have been looking at and will continue to study now in a deeper way, that now that there's more funding available. But definitely I suspect that it will be happen in a staged way and make sure that as industries are emerging, those hubs become available. The Beetaloo is another area that I know National Intermodal had a look at as well. So, we are waiting on the next phase of that study before any decisions can be made. But at the end of the day, it will be informing Northern Territory and their business case, which they will have to put through Infrastructure Australia. And once Infrastructure Australia makes their recommendations, then the government can make a decision under the Commonwealth Investment Framework.
Okay.
Just curious about the risk profile for some of the NAIF loans. I mean, all projects in the far north, right across the country, are going to be higher risk just by definition due to the connectivity, distances, natural disasters, lack of people. But is there any thought given to the risk if the project does not go ahead? So, we are looking at places that are desperately crying out for economic diversification. It might look like a high-risk position on paper, but if we do not go forward with these projects, the knock-on effects for not just that region, but the entire far north in terms of defence, sovereign capability, all those sort of things, we've got a lot of opportunity, I think. But if you're going to try to stack up a business case for something in Sydney versus something in Lockhart River, it's going to be a very difficult conversation.
Yeah, absolutely. So NAIF has a high risk appetite for the north, and particularly for the unique risks faced by the north in terms of long distances and kind of constraints around people, around infrastructure. So we very much focus on being able to support projects and taking those risks on board. We obviously balance that with being prudent stewards of taxpayer funds as well.
Of course.
But we make sure that we give every project every chance it has to succeed.
I'm good.
Senator Steele.
Yeah, thanks. Look, my question will go to you, Mr McDonald, and Ms McBean. When this committee was in Kununurra, we also toured the brand new cotton gin and heard from them, and that's magnificent. I was up there for the opening before that, and this is a magnificent achievement because I remember the old cotton gin when I was trucking up there that got shut down in the late 80s, I think it was, and they are very, very buoyed, and it also goes to the importance of the first port of entry, and I know this is for agriculture, not to dilly-dally to get moving, but the management of the gin told this committee that they were seeking a loan from the NAIF. Can you shine a light on that for us, please, Mr McDonald and Ms McBean? Where's that at?
Yeah, so Senator, I'm very glad you had the opportunity to go and visit that project because I think that's a great example of how NAIF can support projects in the north. It's one where the local farmers needed a cotton gin to help support the growth of the industry, and that was something that we were able to support a few years ago with a $34 million loan. They're now operational they're looking to make some further investments to be able to expand what they're doing and to make sure that the gin can process as much cotton as possible. And we're working closely with them about whether we can provide some additional funding to support that expansion.
So they've put the request in, they've put the application in, that's correct? Or is it still in talking?
That's correct.
And I know you can't go to it. What's the process from here? Can you share that with the community?
So in terms of our investment process, so what we're doing at the moment is doing some further analysis on that. It's something that we have progressed internally, and the next stage will be to advance that so that we can make a formal investment decision and be able to respond back to the proponent.
Good. Now, for all of us that sit in Senate estimates for sins of our previous life, not trying to put words in your mouth, but how long would this process, do you assume, would it take? Is this a couple of weeks, couple of months?
So we're expecting, based on our discussions with the company, that will be something that will be over the next couple of months, that we will be seeking to make an investment decision, and then subject to approval going through the ministerial consideration period.
Tremendous. All right. Thank you very much. Thanks, Chair.
Ms. Rowder or Mr. Gowland, will you be able to... can I ask you questions on Office of Northern Australia? Yeah. So what other work does the Office of Northern Australia do on strengthening supply chains across the north? And is there a coordinated supply chain approach across different industries in the north?
So Office of Northern Australia doesn't necessarily get involved in supply chains, because within the department there's work done in terms of the supply chain strategy, which was released last year, and also an associated action plan. That strategy was developed in consultation and supported by the jurisdictions. That's not a Northern Australia, that's a national supply chains, but obviously it's crucial to supply chains.
Who does that body of work, Mr. Gowland? Is that infrastructure and transport, or...?
Yeah, it's within the department, yes, absolutely.
Okay.
So, yeah. But Office of Northern Australia doesn't do that work itself, no.
But if there's work that's got to be done in those supply chains, the department does it. Does that body of work, once that's been done, or that assessment, does that then get given to the Office of Northern Australia?
It's certainly information that we would use in our conversations with the jurisdictions, with other agencies, absolutely, and trying to advocate and support the importance of resilient supply chains in the north, absolutely.
Okay.
So that supply chain strategy, if I can just add, is not about specific investments. It is about defining and modelling the current ideal future freight networks, developing a national freight resilience plan, conducting periodic supply chain and resilience modelling, developing a freight infrastructure investment framework, and conducting a current and future skills gap analysis for the freight and logistics sector. So in developing that framework, they have consulted across government, including sort of with areas like the Office of Northern Australia, and the Office of Northern Australia is there to advocate for sometimes why you need a different lens for the north, and why the risk appetite in the north needs to be different, and why costs in the north tend to be higher.
Thank you, Ms. Rowland. So who then coordinates that body of work? So we all represent Northern Australia, and the supply chain challenges and barriers and difficulties. And this is something that comes up all the time. So who takes responsibility for the coordination and making sure that any framework and investment by government is seamless and can be less of a cumbersome issue, particularly for, remote communities or private enterprise or emerging industries, on the receiving end of that?
So for that particular strategy, it would be the transport area of our department.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Now, I'm just going to ask one quick question just in terms of decommissioning. This industry has huge potential for Northern Australia and represents a significant emerging industry. What work is the Office of Northern Australia doing to advocate and coordinate this industry?
So we influence government's submissions through policy development, which may be happening by other departments. Absolutely, we contribute to numerous submissions, particularly through the budget process, and make sure that when policies are being developed, they are doing so acknowledging some of the unique challenges in the north. So the remote distances, the major weather events, so the resilience piece in supply chains. As it comes to the emerging industries that you mentioned, that's likewise. It's also goes to a housing piece. Where are we going to house the workforce? Where's that decommissioning piece going to happen? Obviously, in Darwin, there's a great opportunity there with the various offshore extractive industries that will, need to be shut down. It's also about prioritising investment, and it also needs work. It's a collaboration piece with the jurisdictions, as well as working across our colleagues, particularly in the Department of Industry, Science and Resources. Okay. It's an influencing piece.
Yeah. Then just the last one. Northern Australia has several key structural challenges as a region, as you know. What are the ways in which the Office of Northern Australia facilitates a cross-portfolio, because it'd be easy just to lump it all on, but what's the cross-portfolio or cross-jurisdictional discussions on these challenges? You don't have to answer that straight away, but you could take that on notice.
I can frame it, because absolutely, from a cross-jurisdictional piece, we have the Northern Australia Ministerial Forum.
Yep.
And that's a forum where WA, through the Minister of Northern Australia, Minister Madeleine King, and also Senator McCarthy, attend these forums. Queensland, Northern Territory and WA are represented. That's the opportunity for those three jurisdictions and the Commonwealth Government.
So is it just ministerial? That ministerial?
That's ministerial, but under that there's a senior officials working group that reports back and provides some policy work or opportunities for that ministerial to focus on a policy challenge where a cohesive approach would benefit from the three jurisdictions and the Commonwealth Government. Previously, there's some work done on housing, and that work was then provided to the Housing Minister. And now we're looking at potential other work. In particular, there's potential to do some policy work around the communities in economic transition piece. Now, coming back to how do we influence departments, we do that through various IDCs that Office of Northern Australia attends and represents on. Okay.
And does that, when you do cross-jurisdictional and cross-department, is there a further committee? I don't know if it was Ms Rowder or if it was Mr McDonald, whether it was someone talked about an Indigenous reference group that feeds into that process. Are we able to get, or are you able to table who's represented from across Queensland, the Northern Territory and Western Australia?
At the ministerial forum?
You've got the ministerial forum, but I think you've got
at the Indigenous reference group?
Yes.
Absolutely,
Thank you.
So I've got the information here, but we can table that if that.
Can we get that? Thank you. Do you want to just quickly go? Thanks, Ms.
The chair of the Indigenous reference group is Professor Martin Nakata, and he is from Queensland. So he has a sort of higher education, research and Indigenous leadership background. We have Mr Troy Fraser, also from Queensland, who is local and state government and Indigenous, has experience in Indigenous organisations. Miss Niella Mills from Western Australia, again, Indigenous organisational leadership. Ms Flora Warrior from the Torres Strait, who has experience in business administration, business startups and microfinancing. Mr Damien Jakera from the Northern Territory, and Miss Alinta Maguire from the Northern Territory. Who is that?
Sorry, who is it?
Alinta Maguire.
Okay.
Yeah, so they make up the Indigenous Reference Group. That Indigenous Reference Group was formed on the 17th of July 2025 and runs until the end of December this calendar year, and then the government will make a decision as to what the next steps for that Indigenous Reference Group are. They have set 3 priorities for themselves. It's very much an Indigenous Reference Group-led agenda, and their first priority is a legacy mission for the Northern Australia Action Plan, so holding us to account for making sure that we're progressing those commitments under the action plan for the benefit of First Nations communities. Their second priority is education and employment pipeline for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander students. And their third policy priority is supporting Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander enterprise.
And there's a recent piece which this group is looking at, which is the communities undergoing economic transition at economic transition. Yep. Okay. So, yeah, that group is also going to provide advice to government about how to support those Indigenous communities undergoing those economic transitions.
Oh, that's good. So just another follow-on question from the Deputy Chair. Is the work on the Housing Ministerial Forum available?
I'll have to take that on notice. That report has been given to Minister O'Neill.
Okay. So I'll just repeat that at the end of the session.
Thank you.
Any other further questions? I've got to get my paperwork. Look, thank you all for your appearance and evidence today. The committee's agreed that any responses to questions on notice should be provided within 2 weeks of receiving the Hansard transcript. And you guys are veterans, you know the drill after Senate estimates. If we could, so you'll get the Hansard transcript and any of the questions on notice. So I think there was 2 questions from the Deputy Chair that were taken on notice. We look forward to receiving that information. And thank you all for your appearance today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The committee will now suspend for a short break and resume the hearing at 10:15.
Okay. Thank you.
welcome. I now welcome a representative from Infrastructure Australia via video conferencing. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to committee has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Adam Kopp, Chief Executive Officer, Infrastructure Australia.
Thank you, Mr. Kopp. I now invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I invite members of the committee to ask questions. Before I get you to open, we've got the Honourable Melissa Price MP, who is the Deputy Chair of the committee. She is via teleconference, and also Mr Luke Gosling, OAM. So they may send their questions to us, but I'll ask them. So I now invite you to do your short opening statement.
Thank you, Chair. So I'll just explain a little bit about who Infrastructure Australia is and our involvement in Northern Australia. So Infrastructure Australia is the Australian Government's independent advisor on nationally significant transport, water, energy and communications projects and planning. So we're an independent statutory agency with our own piece of law that outlines our functions, and we're supported by a statement of expectations issued by our responsible minister, the Honourable Catherine King, who's the Minister for Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Local Government. Our work involves two main streams. The first and probably the largest is project investment advice. So we produce an infrastructure priority list, which sets out our independent recommendations on the highest priority nationally significant infrastructure proposals that are ready for Australian government investment for planning or delivery. And I'm happy to expand on that in a bit more detail. We also provide advice to the Minister for Infrastructure and ultimately the Cabinet on transport funding requests that come from the states and territories through the budget process, and we publicly evaluate the business cases of nationally significant transport infrastructure proposals, generally seeking more than $250 million or more. We also do research and advice to better support infrastructure decision-making, including identifying opportunities for reform through our national infrastructure audits, plans and our market capacity advice on the forward demands of infrastructure projects and the market's capacity to meet that demand. We have had relatively consistent involvement in Northern Australia over the years. So we released a Northern Australia infrastructure audit in 2015 as part of the then Northern Australia white paper process. We've analysed Northern Australia specific infrastructure issues in our 5-yearly national audits and infrastructure plans. We have in our newest infrastructure priority list of the 68 proposals on there, about 11 in Northern Australia. And in close collaboration with Northern Australia stakeholders, we also reformed our assessment framework, which is how we our advice on how to develop and assess business cases to allow more qualitative considerations in our business case assessments. We called it beyond the benefit cost ratio. And that was in recognition that metropolitan business case development and assessment techniques struggle to accurately represent investment opportunities in the north. We've also got a role in co-assessing any investment by the Northern Australia infrastructure facility that's over $250 million. We regularly travel to Northern Australia as part of our work and have participated in a range of forums, including the Northern Australia Ministerial Forum, Indigenous Reference Group, and the Developing Northern Australia Conference. Our key issues that we've identified in engaging with Northern Australia and advising on Northern Australia projects is that there's a lack of consistent nationwide data on needs and opportunities in the north to inform our analysis and advice. Still struggles with aligning existing assessment processes that are dependent on clear demand with the growth opportunity type investments that are more common in the north. And through our market capacity advice, the ability of construction companies in the north to deliver the infrastructure that's needed as well. So I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Kopp. Mr. Smith?
Yeah, kick off. You spoke briefly about changing the way that moving away from, I guess, that cost benefits relationship with projects, and for a lot of projects, particularly roads in the far north and northern parts of these other states and territories, it is really difficult to make that business case stack up. What sort of qualitative qualitative positions are you looking at? Because, I mean, there really is a moral imperative for a lot of these communities to have decent road access, sea transport, you know, the ability to get fresh food, mail, Christmas presents at times if the roads go out. What else are you looking at when you're making these assessments that can go beyond that cost benefit?
Sure. So at the highest level, we have changed our national significance assessment, which used to be a very economic-based assessment of does this create a $30 million opportunity or is there a $30 million cost to the economy from this problem? So we've moved away from that very economic lens to seeing is there a clear role for the Australian government for this project due to a reason of scope, scale or need? And does this proposal align with a clear policy outcome of the Australian government? And the sorts of proposals that you're talking about, I think, are critical to policies like closing the gap as well. So we also then look at, there's three main components to our assessment framework. The first is strategic fit. The second is the economic analysis, and the third is deliverability, which basically just means how can it be delivered? The procurement methodology, do they have the ability to deliver it? Have they done it before? What are the risks in construction? Strategic fit is where we really emphasise those sorts of proposals that don't putting more effort into the strategic fit component, providing a more qualitative explanation about the broader planning environment, the broader policy environment and why this particular proposal will help meet that. So, for example, in our latest infrastructure priority list, we have, really big projects like Middle Arm in Darwin, but also some smaller projects like Northern Territory road safety and connectivity improvements, Northern Territory remote community power generation program as well, and some other proposals to help better connect, like Broome to Kununurra and the Great Northern Highway as well. So we try to keep a balance in the mega projects that are needed for the north, but also the projects that are needed for communities going forward.
And do you have a current idea, I guess, an audit on the regional infrastructure projects that are currently underway, specifically in the far north or in the northern part of Australia? I keep saying far north, but I'm very parochial.
Probably don't have a full picture. Our Northern Australia audit that we did in 2015 is significantly aged now. It's 10 or 11 years old. And our view on what's happening in the north is dependent on our interactions with the WA, Queensland and NT government and some of our own analysis.
Thank you. Would it be possible to get it done, do you think, so we actually know what we're looking at in terms of, what projects are underway, what projects need a bit more assistance? And, I mean, strategically speaking, Australia is upside down. And the way for us to really benefit the far north is to get these infrastructure projects in line and of greatest benefit, not just for the northern part of Australia, but the total benefit of the entire country. So if we could get that tabled, or I'll take it on notice, that'd be really good.
The Northern Australia audit from 2015? Yes, absolutely.
Is there any plan to do another?
So there is no plans currently. It was part of the Northern Australia white paper process at the time. But as I said in my opening remarks, there likely is a need for, whether it's Infrastructure Australia or somebody else, to do a consistent Northern Australia review of what is occurring and what needs to occur, and better linking some of the agencies that are investing, say the Northern Australia Infrastructure Facility, who do financing, with broader trunk infrastructure or common user infrastructure needs more broadly.
Thank you.
Just to follow on, Mr. Kopp, from Mr. Smith's question. So in terms of specific audits of regional infrastructure project, if the last one was in 2015, we're now in 2026. One of the questions, I suppose, from the Deputy Chair was, of the 65 priority projects, 11 are in Northern Australia. One, what are they? But how do we have reassurance? So you did mention in the Northern Territory, Middle Arm, there were roads, and I forget what the third one was that you mentioned.
Power generation.
Power generation.
Yeah, remote
so
power generation.
what's the current status of that, and how do we have reassurance that the Commonwealth's investment in these projects with state and territory governments, whether it's cross, jurisdiction, Western Australia, Northern Territory and Queensland governments, what's the how do you measure as an external independent body whether those projects are on time and are actually happening, but the cost blowouts are being managed? And the Deputy Chair's question of the 65 priority projects, if you're able to outline,
Sure.
what they are across Northern Australia.
Sure. So I'll outline them, and I'm happy to sort of table separately as well with more detail. So we've got the Bruce Highway upgrade in Queensland, some of which is in the north. Northern Territory freight rail and logistics capacity improvements. National interoperability of digital signalling and train control, which is a broader national piece. Road access improvements for remote Western Australian communities. Great Northern Highway improvements, Broome to Kununurra.
Fantastic.
Northern Territory road safety and connectivity improvements. The common user infrastructure at Middle Arm. Northern Territory remote community power generation program, which is about replacing diesel generators in 72 remote towns across the NT with solar panels. And then enabling infrastructure for renewable energy zones. That's Port of Gladstone to central Queensland. So that's about better enabling the renewable energy transition by getting some of the, particularly wind turbine kit through Port of Gladstone into the central Queensland areas. And that'll have logistics upgrades as well needed. Broader investments in the national electricity market, and then also the Northwest Interconnected System connectivity in WA, which is largely in the Pilbara region as well. Not saying it's an exhaustive list of everything that's needed in the north in any way, shape or form. It's quite a targeted list, and it's dependent on our engagement with states and territories and some of our own analysis. As I said in my earlier remarks, the ability to understand at a national level the needs in the north is difficult. And also the fact that many Northern Australia investments are more opportunities than solving problems, and figuring out what the demand will actually be. It can be a little bit build it and they will come, is also a challenge for some of the frameworks that traditionally are used for deciding on infrastructure proposals. You had a question on how do we best manage cost blowouts in the north in particular. It's a challenge right around the country. It's not actually Infrastructure Australia's role. So we provide independent advice to the Minister and ultimately the Cabinet and the community. And then once the funding decision is made, it's then up to the Department of Infrastructure to manage that project, which they do with the states and territories. And they've just gone through a range of reforms in the last couple of years to have better control over those projects. And they take a risk-based approach in terms of their level of involvement as the project goes through.
Thank you, Mr. Kopp. I'll come back to that because Mr. Gosling has asked some questions. Senator Smith, do you have?
Yeah, does Infrastructure Australia have any observations about the, effectiveness of state and territory jurisdictions when it comes to, prioritising Northern Australia regional infrastructure? Prioritising perhaps enablers of further growth and development?
Do you mean comparing our view on their level of commitment? I think it's a priority for WA, NT and Queensland, absolutely, particularly NT. I think just because of geography, NT is very focused. You've got very large metropolitan cities in WA and Queensland, of course, that you need to consider as well. But I wouldn't say that any state is not committed to the north one way or the other. I would also say that the NT government is very focused on having a mix of private and public sector investment, which is impressive to see. That would be my observations engaging with those various states.
Does Infrastructure Australia have any ideas about alternative funding models?
Just that we support a range of. Do you mean between public and private investment?
Oh no, I mean sort of alternative funding models for the use of public monies. So, for example, let me elaborate. Some regional councils argue for, stronger streams of revenue from their local communities to find their way back into local community.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you mean local councils are seeking for increased funding from
so let me put it this way. So you might have so we use far northwestern Australia, for example, a certain amount of value gets extracted from that particular region. It goes to the state, it might go to the Commonwealth. Local communities think that they should get a greater share of that revenue that's extracted from their local communities coming back to them, just as...
Yeah, it's not something we've looked at, Senator, in particular. We're very supportive of both public and private investment in infrastructure, and the funding models going forward, that's really a matter for other parts of government. We just advise on the infrastructure.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Senator Still.
Oh, great. Thanks, Chair. Yeah, Mr Copp, thanks very much. Could we get a detailed breakdown of the plans along the Great Northern Highway for us West Aussies in particular, please? Because the work that's been done up there has been magnificent around the Ord and Frog Hollow, Mistake and Mabel. I just want to see how far that's got to go and how far off we are on completion of that work, getting rid of the single-lane bridges.
That would be a matter for the Department of Infrastructure, but we have listed it as a key priority. We have just articulated that widening the narrow sections, strengthening and replacing bridges, and improving flood-prone segments is part of the work, and that there is further opportunity to do deeper planning on it and then move forward into delivery. Okay,
so you can't give that to us. We've got to get that from the department.
Yes.
All right, we can go back on that if we can. Thanks, Chair. And just one last thing as an observation, may I, Chair, that I think Mr Smith is an absolute world beater here because he's come up with the name of the inquiry, Australia is upside down. How good is that? Hey? Thanks, Chair. It'll make you laugh. Mr Smith.
I'm a world beater now.
Yeah,
so,
that was a ripper, that is.
Look, obviously infrastructure requires skilled workforce. What sort of support does Infrastructure Australia provide to project proponents to make sure that they have access to the workforce required to deliver these projects?
Probably not on making sure that they can access it, but we do a piece of work called market capacity, which was delegated to us by First Ministers of COAG in 2020, and we've consistently reported to National Cabinet and Ministerial Councils on essentially looking at the demand, the five-year forward pipeline of demand of Australia's infrastructure, and then we run that demand through a model and gives the plant, labour, equipment and material needed to deliver on that demand across the 5 years. So, and then we give that information back to governments about where the strains are likely to occur. So we've done that for the last 5 years and fairly consistently found that we need twice as many workers as we have to deliver on that demand, and significantly more sand and material, sand and timber and cement, steel. So that is, we don't partner to assist them to find the workforce that they need, but we provide a national lens on what the demand is nationally, and have some broad policy recommendations about how we get more people into the construction industry and keep them.
So I guess following on from that, within these 5-year plans, is there thought given to how to build the workforce in these local areas? Because we know that if we can build if we can build tradies in their own town, they'll stay there, and that obviously helps the broader economy of these little places, or some of them larger places. But I'm thinking particularly of the rural and regional spots. Is there coordination or consideration given to creating the workforce in these places?
Yeah, I mean, we haven't made recommendations particularly regionally, but just nationally. In providing that national lens, I think it can give an understanding to government and the private sector about where the hotspots are likely to be. And there are, a number of regional hotspots where there might be mining activity or particularly renewable energy zone activity as well, and that can give an understanding to the private and public sector about where there might need to be investment. But we don't go much deeper than that. It's information, advice to governments that they then need to work through themselves.
Cool, thank you.
Mr. Copp, if I could just go back to the question in terms of specific audits of regional infrastructure projects. You said that the last one was done in 2015.
Yes.
And I'm not sure whether, did you provide, or can you take it on notice in terms of, one, why was the audits ceased? And how does Infrastructure Australia, so if you're driving government investment, whether it's emerging industries or looking at, the decommissioning, the renewables, I think you talked about renewable projects. How does Infrastructure Australia audit to make sure that those projects are on time or on, in the pipeline of being delivered?
Yeah. So we were specifically funded in 2015 or before then to deliver the Northern Australia audit as part of that white paper process that ultimately set up the NAIF and other agencies as well. So it was an extensive piece of work that involved a lot of on-the-ground engagement and a lot of economic analysis as well. It's not to say we haven't done broader analysis of the North since that time. So our 2015 national audit and 2019 national audit had regard to the North as part of a broader national audit. And our 2016 Australian Infrastructure Plan and 2021 Australian Infrastructure Plan also had regard to the North as well. But there hasn't been that kind of specific report focused on infrastructure investment needs since 2015 from us. I mean, there's lots of other work that occurs in other departments as well. So potentially it will have value. It is a extensive piece of work to do it properly, so would need to be considered carefully.
But it would be important work if the commitment was substantial into those projects. So just a question from Mr. Gosling, who's online and listening, but has sent me his question, is what progress has been made on the industrial precinct development at Middle Arm, and what are the key risks remain? And what key risks remain?
Sure. So we've worked really closely with the Northern Territory Government on their business case for the common user infrastructure at the Middle Arm. The government made a $2.2 billion equity investment commitment as part of the last election, which is continuing. Our understanding of the current status is that the Northern Territory, we provided some advice on how to better target the business case. We provided some advice on, particularly as it's an equity investment, trying to get a better understanding of the demand of the people who are actually going to use the common user infrastructure. So at this point in time, the Northern Territory Government is doing further analysis to then bring forward to Infrastructure Australia, the Department of Infrastructure, and ultimately the Australian Government more broadly.
So in those conversations that you've been having, Mr. Kopp, do you know what some of the key risks remain in terms of fast track or getting that project off the ground?
Our analysis was largely around the demand. So making sure that it will have a return on the equity investment, and making sure that there will be customers who will be using it, and having the evidence that will come forward. One of the struggles in Northern Australia, obviously, it's a big defence location, and there is sometimes a gap between how far defence is willing to say it will use a particular location, and how willing they are to commit to it, even if ultimately they are likely to. And so that can be a struggle to bridge that gap, to understand how much demand will actually be used by defence and other customers in the north.
Thank you, Mr. Kopp. Just a second question from Mr. Gosling. How realistic is the development of low-carbon fuel industries in Northern Australia?
We don't have a view on whether or not it's realistic. We understand that from the advice provided from the NT government that they believe that there will be a range of low carbon liquid fuels and gas that will come through the Middle Arm precinct, and they believe that there will be a defence use case as well.
Okay. And then his last question: what are the biggest constraints on sealing renewable energy projects in Northern Australia, and how can these be resolved?
Sorry, sealing?
No, sorry, sealing. Well, he said constraints on scaling, sorry, not sealing, scaling renewable energy projects in Northern Australia, and how can these be resolved?
Sure. So in terms of our engagement, we have generally only engaged in some of that smaller remote community renewable energy projects. The Port of Gladstone enabling infrastructure proposal is interesting. We see that there's a need for greater focus on the logistics supply chains to get oversized, overmass wind turbine material from ports through to regional communities, and whether or not and there will need to be upgrades to and bridge strengthening and a range of other investments to make sure that regional roads can take those very large pieces of wind turbine kit. A wind turbine blade is at least 82 metres long, if not 102 metres long. So getting some of that very large wind turbine material through to a regional community or a Northern Australia community or location is a challenge. And some of the broader challenges just with energy as a private sector market is just the generators actually making it through to final investment decision, the approvals processes, which are well known, and there's been reform to the EPBC Act in response to that. But I would say they're the main issues.
So, Mr. Kopp, you talked about looking at 72 communities across the Northern Territory as part of Infrastructure Australia's work with power generation. So what's the current status of that? Have you done? Is Infrastructure Australia been able to look at what I suppose, where are those projects at in terms of converting from diesel to renewables or other sources other than diesel generation? Where's the investment? And what's the progress on those 72 communities across the Northern Territory?
Sure. So that was brought forward last year from the Northern Territory government. And we've recommended to do a business case, planning work around how to execute on that as a broader program. We think it, particularly with the number of communities it would affect, it's of sufficient scale for a Australian government investment. So I would have to come back to you. I might take on notice what the status of it is, but it's what we identify on the priority list is opportunities for investment. So that was brought forward from the NT government, and then ultimately it's a matter for government what they decide to invest in or not.
Okay, can I thank you for taking that on notice. I'll just ask the last question from the Deputy Chair, who has asked, what are Infrastructure Australia's, or how does Infrastructure Australia determine what is a priority?
So the first step is the National Significance Test, which is available on our website, and again, happy to table how we think about that. And we, as I outlined earlier, we look at whether or not the proposal is of sufficient scale, scope, that you need the Australian government investment, or complexity that you need the Australian government investment. Otherwise, it won't happen. And then the second arm of that is, does it align with an Australian government policy proposal? Like might be policy like this, the National Freight and Supply Chain Strategy, or closing the gap, or something like that. We do a range of assessments internally to make sure that we look at the economics of the proposal, but also the policy outcomes. And then we put forward what our recommendations are to our accountable authority, which is 3 commissioners, and then there is discussion around what the proposals will be. So there's a lot of analysis that goes into it, but then ultimately it's a decision for Infrastructure Australia's commissioners about what is a proposal this year. A key element for the priority list is it capable of being invested in by the Australian government? So at law, we only put things on that are for Australian government investment. So is it of sufficient development to have delivery funding, or should it just be planning as well? So we look at the policy outcomes, the economic analysis, and then what state it is in. Is it investment ready or not? And then we will put it on the list or not.
Thanks. Mr Copp, just one more, just following on from that. I just wanted to, because I asked this question of the department, I just want to, if you would either take it on notice or provide that information today. I asked him about a coordinated supply, and you mentioned the supply chain. So what's the coordinated supply chain approach across different industries in the north, whether they're current or emerging industries? What is Infrastructure Australia's role in coordinating that supply chain, or having involvement in that?
Yeah, we don't have a role in that. The National Freight and Supply Chain Strategy it's a recommendation to create one from Infrastructure Australia, but it is being created and implemented by the Department of Infrastructure. We have regard to the freight and supply chains that exist and are needed in our analysis of what goes on the priority list, but we don't have a particular piece of work that we've sort of publicly released on the Northern Australia supply chain.
Okay. Smith? Senator Smith, do you have? Look, I don't have any further questions. I'm not sure if we got, or whether you took on notice the pipeline of infrastructure projects to help build a skilled and shared workforce across Northern Australia. Mr Copp, is that something that Infrastructure Australia has input into? I think Mr Smith had asked a question about workforce and
yep.
How do you, how do you keep a check on investment projects and skilled workforce? What work is being done by Infrastructure Australia with the department, with private industries and with various state and territory governments?
So I said at the time, we do the market capacity report every year, which takes the forward pipeline, and I'm happy to table the latest report as well. It takes the forward, we have data sharing agreements with all the states and territories, and we use private sector data to create a complete picture of what infrastructure is being delivered across Australia. So there's about $1 trillion of infrastructure being delivered in Australia as of last year. And then we run that through a model, our model, which gives you the plant, labour, equipment and material to actually deliver on that. And then that shows where the gaps are, and we have some policy recommendations that fall out of that around better managing the material supply chain, opening up more quarries, getting more people into construction, keeping them there. So I'm happy to table that report as part of this as well.
Thank you, Mr Cobb. Look, I thank you for your evidence in appearing for the committee today. The committee's agreed, and I thank you for taking, I think there were 2 questions on notice. Responses to any questions on notice should be provided within 2 weeks of you receiving a copy of the Hansard transcript, and I thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you, Chair. Appreciate it.
Yeah, okay. Well, we can. We might bring the representatives from Home Affairs. Can I just first test, Mr Copeman, you're online. Can you hear me?
Good morning, Chair. I can hear you. Can you hear me in the room?
We can, nice and clear. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Chair.
I now welcome representatives. Sorry, are we right? I now welcome representatives from the Department of Home Affairs and the Australian Border Force in person and via video conference. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Anne Leo, Assistant Secretary, Skilled Visas Branch.
Tiali Goodchild, First Assistant Secretary, Skilled Temporary Visas and Capability Division.
Andrew Kiley, Migration, Citizenship and Humanitarian Policy Division.
Cara Mayer, Assistant Secretary, Skilled and Temporary Visas Policy.
Good morning, Committee. Rear Admiral Brett Sonner. I'm the Commander of Maritime Border Command and the Commander of Joint Agency Task Force Operation Sovereign Borders of the ABF.
Thank you. And Mr Copeman, online. Welcome.
Good morning, Committee. James Coleman. I am the Acting Deputy Commissioner of Regional Operations for the Australian Border Force.
Thank you. And before I ask you if you'd like to do an opening statement, I want to just note, if you could note that the Deputy Chair, Honourable Melissa Price MP, Member for Durack, is online, and also the Member for Solomon in Darwin is also online. They're both on planes, but they're listening and they're sending questions through. So, Miss Mayer, is it? Mayer?
Mayer, yes.
Yes. Would you like to do who's doing the opening statement?
Thanks, Chair. We don't have an opening statement today. As you can see, we've got officers from across Immigration Group, Border Force and Operation Sovereign Borders. So I think we're just happy to take questions from the committee and to help out where possible.
Rear Admiral, you don't have an opening statement?
I don't, Chair. Thanks very much.
Okay. So, given that there is no, I invite to see if there's any members who have any questions. Senator Smith?
I do. What new risks are emerging that present challenges in securing Australia's northern maritime borders?
Senator, I'll probably start with that question, and then Mr Copeman, if he feels that he can contribute to that, will. I wouldn't say there's any new risks, Senator. I would say that the threats are changing and bringing with them, so there's no new threats. We have always seen, excuse me, for a period of time, illegal foreign fishing. And as you appreciate, that happens in Australia mostly around our northern approaches, although in recent times we have seen an increase specifically in the Torres Strait, which we're reacting to. And unauthorised maritime arrivals has always been something since the inception of OSB in 2013 that we've been dealing with.
So you said that the threats are changing. Can you explain to the committee what they're changing from and to?
Sure, Senator. In terms of the illegal foreign fishing, which has been prevalent for a long period of time, generally used to focus around shark fin and those more sort of deeper level fishing activities. We're now seeing across Australia, and we have seen probably since 2023, a change to the principal sort of target of that being what's called trepang or sea cucumber. Sea cucumber happens to be around the entirety of Australia's north. In fact, Australia has, like a lot of things, some of the best sea cucumber in the world. It's an attractive target because of the demand that it has in the Asian markets, but also because of the subsequent cost that illegal activity gets. So the trepang mostly resides in the shallows, so closer to shore, and hence why you have seen in the media why we've seen illegal foreign fishing come closer to our shores. So that's the change we've seen in illegal foreign fishing. In terms of unauthorised maritime arrivals, we've seen a change probably happen around 2022, which saw largely the change from large boats over long distances and generally those boats seeking authorities, so coming closer to our shores and then proactively seeking our authorities for assistance, to what is now known as sort of very smaller ventures in terms of numbers on boards and being quite deceptive. So rather than seeking the officials, seeking to avoid the officials moving forward. So that's, in a macro sense, the changes of those two principal threats that we've seen, both around sort of that 2022 period moving on.
So just starting with the illegal fishing movements, what are you seeing in terms of vessels, skills of people on the vessels, appetite for risk-taking?
Senator, in terms of illegal foreign fishing, no real change. Still the traditional Indonesian crew members, I would not say their skills have changed. Definitely they've had to adapt in terms of how they fish, because fishing for trepang is a different skill set than fishing for something else. But largely fishing for trepang, Senator, is just really walking around the shallows and scooping them up. It's not a unique skill, I would say. So no real change either in the boats. The boats are very much the same as what we've seen for many years. In terms of the unauthorised maritime arrivals, I would say the boats have changed from what I described sort of pre-2022. They were a lot larger boats because they were making longer distances in terms of their travel. Now, because the travel overseas is shorter, largely what we're seeing is smaller boats. And again, I wouldn't see any new change in skill set, largely crew members that are looking to deliver a different passenger load or commodity.
So the smaller nature of the vessels and the deceptive operation style, does that mean they are harder to detect?
They are, Senator. Yeah, they are harder for us to detect. However, as you know, we've still got the same resources that are successful, but it is harder for us to detect them.
Frequency increased?
Sorry, Senator?
Frequency increased? I'm assuming it's seasonal.
Frequency has increased. We have seen over probably since about 2021, 2022, a frequency increase in unauthorised maritime arrivals. In 2022, for instance, there were 7 In this year to date, from the 1st of January to the 30th of April, we've already seen 11. So we are definitely seeing a frequency increase in terms of numbers, but again, not in terms of passengers, because we're looking at smaller ventures, smaller amount of passengers compared to, as it used to be, probably less frequent ventures, but a significant amount more passengers.
And so what was the number of unauthorised arrivals in 23, 24 and 25?
So I gave you 22, which is 7. 23 was 4, Senator.
Yep.
24 was 16.
Yep.
25 was 21. And then, as I said, to date this year to the 30th of April, 11.
Have the biosecurity risks increased over the last few years?
Senator, I think that's a question best deferred to DAF. That being said, we work very closely with them to make sure that we are addressing, as we find these threats, that biosecurity risk.
Can you identify for me in which jurisdictions those arrivals took place?
Not by jurisdictions, but largely what I could tell you at a macro level is in the northwest, so largely that northwest Cape area, and then in the north, sort of around in a broad area from sort of the Tiwi Islands across east through Arnhem Coast.
And what is your intelligence gathering saying to you in terms of future risks or future arrivals?
It's telling us, in essence, persistence, so similar numbers and similar methodology, small boats, smaller amounts of passengers.
Earlier in the year, I had the opportunity to travel to Malaysia and Thailand on matters relevant to Western Australia, and people drew to my attention illegal migration patterns coming out of Cox's Bazar, Myanmar, as a result of conflict and humanitarian issues. To what extent are you aware of that, and to what extent is that on your sort of horizon in terms of alertness and preparedness?
Yes, Senator, I'm very aware of what you described, both from just media articles but also from our intelligence, and we have good collaboration with our regional partners, of which you mentioned a couple there moving forward. In terms of your second part of your question, Operation Sovereign Borders is always planning for not only the here and now but the possible. But it's important to note that the intelligence assessment specific to what you're talking to, which is the Rohingya, is that in the near to medium term, it's unlikely we will see a boat from that particular region into Australia.
Just going back to those numbers that you shared from 2022 to 2026, what's the point of, what's the location of embarkation, do we say? Yep, so which of our neighbours are they embarking at?
Senator, generally I don't talk about that in the public forum because of the sensitivity affiliated with that, but I'm confident to say to you that, as I said, we have arrangements with both our Asian colleagues about addressing what we see as a transnational crime throughout our region.
Yeah. And you've seen no change in the pattern of that embarkation?
No, we have not in the last couple of years, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr Smith?
Thank you. Rear Admiral Operation Broadstaff has been active in the Torres Strait since probably about February. One of the key components of that was the interaction of the ABF with local community elders, traditional owners, as a vast majority of what's happening there is happening on sea country. Can you take us through how that's going in the engagement with local communities and what the response has been like?
Mr Smith, if it's okay with you, I might refer to James Copeman on this because he is sort of leading in that particular area.
Thank you, Rear Admiral. Thank you, Mr Smith, for the question. We've taken a really proactive approach with community throughout the Torres Strait and the Northern Peninsula area. We are aware that we can't be everywhere at once, and it's great to be able to sort of partner with community on what they're seeing on the ground and how they can feed that in. One of the steps that we've taken since Operation Broadstaff has been established is really getting back to community when they have some information that they've provided us, so really closing that loop to thank them for that. The other part of that is probably layered. One is the community engagement, and then stepping up to the engagement that we have with councillors throughout the Torres Strait to ensure that they are also aware of the operational tempo that we're running, but also for them to be able to then provide their constituents with some information around what's going on. We then raise that up to the state level as well, and then working with our partners across the Commonwealth to ensure that everyone's working on the same page. But critically important, as you've mentioned, to be able to make sure that community are with us.
Mr Smith, the only thing I'd add to that is I've visited there twice. I'm about to go back up there again, and I now have a regular engagement with the community via the community radio. I've had 2 interviews on radio, and it's now a monthly segment that I do with that radio to make sure that we're getting the message out. But importantly, we're also providing the opportunity for the community to ask me questions moving forward.
No, that's fantastic. Moving forwards, a lot of people up that way are pretty keen to be more actively involved professionally. They see it as an opportunity for work and economic development, particularly for some of the outer islands, your Boigu, Saibai, Mer. Is that something that's on the radar or could be investigated further?
Mr Smith, sorry, Mr Smith, I'll jump in if that's okay. I can confirm that I myself have had a number of engagements with community members, but also private operators and companies looking to be able to partner with government, not just the Australian Border Force or the wider Department of Home Affairs, but also state governments and other sort of work areas. We are looking at a variety of different programs. One thing that I'm acutely conscious of is being sure or making sure that we're in a position to be able to partner enduringly. One of the things that I've sort of observed over my 20 years in the organisation, having worked in far north Queensland, the Northern Territory and Western Australia, is making sure that those partnerships are not just for a financial year period, but how we can build on that over decades. So that is something that we are looking at progressing.
And can I just say for the record, we really appreciate the work that you guys are doing up there, and it has made a lot of our communities feel a lot safer, the response that ABF had as to the illegal fishing and those incursions. And yeah, I just want to make sure that you guys are aware that we do appreciate the work that you guys have put in. I've met many of the officers up there and they're all fantastic.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Smith. I'll pass that on.
And I'd also, if I may, not leave the visa guys out. Could you give us a bit of an update on how the negotiations are going with the statewide dharmas for the NT, WA and Queensland? There has been a little bit of consternation from our businesses in Queensland in particular that the dharmas won't be as efficiently managed.
Oh, good question, yeah.
Thanks. I might get Ms Meyer to go into a bit more detail, but just before I do, I just want to talk through the approach we want to take with those statewide dharmas. I know there has been some discussion around the move from regional dharmas being those designated migration area agreements to statewide agreements. What we're looking to achieve through those is not taking away from the supports that we're currently providing to the regions, but make sure that we partner much more closely with the state and or territory as a whole to properly understand what their statewide skills needs are, to understand how they're looking to address those skills needs with local workforce, and then where migration can fill a gap. It's about taking that statewide approach and ensuring that us as a Commonwealth, working with the jurisdiction, is still engaging closely with those regional areas to understand how their skills needs have evolved since those agreements may have been put in place, and how we can continue to support their regional needs. But Ms Mayer can go into a bit more detail on each of the negotiations.
Thank you. So as Mr Kiley has covered, the department is in conversations across all jurisdictions around establishing state and territory Dharmas. The Northern Territory is a really good example of a Dharma that's operated at a jurisdictional territory level for a number of years. And the department has engaged with them on, and I think they're on their third iteration of their agreement. So that's worked quite well in terms of the territory negotiating with the department, providing a business case with evidence of what's needed for their specific jurisdiction. Other jurisdictions that have regional Dharmas in place, there are conversations at a state level around what their needs might be in terms of a statewide Dharma. Our expectation and our conversations with counterparts at state government level are that they should be engaging with those regional designated area representatives in terms of what's required for their specific locational needs, and the understanding is that the state and territory-led Dharmas would represent the needs across all of the jurisdiction.
And a couple of points further to that. We recognise, particularly in Western Australia, where there are those regional Dharmas at the moment, the importance of the transitional arrangements. So that's one of the things that we're working very closely with the WA government on, is what's the move to the statewide Dharma, how are we supporting them through that, but making sure that any concessions and pathways that were available through those regional Dharmas continue to be available as we move to the statewide Dharma as well. There have been some extensions to regional Dharmas to ensure they continue to operate whilst we conclude statewide Dharmas as well. So working extremely closely with jurisdictions on that.
Yeah, no,
still going?
No, I've had enough, I think.
Senator Still?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And that's a great lead too, Senator Smith, because we took evidence in Kununurra, the most beautiful place in Western Australia, let me tell you. And there's some real issues with the statewide Dharma there to our officers. And look, what they're clearly saying there, the Dharmas and what they need in Kununurra, you cannot compare Margaret River. Taking a six-pack out to Molly Springs on a Saturday arvo is not the same as sipping a beautiful Sauvignon Blanc down there in Margaret River. And let me say this, if we did not have foreign workers, backpackers and the array of all the visas in the Kimberley, you wouldn't get a hamburger, a bed made, fuel porter feed, you wouldn't get a caravan park attendant. I don't have to keep going on before I start with doctors and health specialists. So please bring us up to speed. I'm back in Kununurra the week after next, and I'm going to be sitting down with the Shire President and Vernon, the CEO, to reiterate our conversations here. What confidence can I take back there that the agency or the department truly is going to hone in on a regional specific Dharma and not group us into the southwest one? So or anything else in the state, please?
So there's two things I wanted to touch on there. One of the things that's been really useful through the work that this committee has done is actually getting that feedback directly. So we've taken time to read that evidence. That's been really informative for us to understand where there are concerns floating out around the move from regional Dharmas to statewide Dharmas. It is the government's intention to move to a statewide Dharma, so that will be where we go across all jurisdictions.
That is the federal government's position.
Federal government's position is to move to statewide Dharmas. We've had...
Well, that's going to end in 2 years, but keep going.
We've had extensive discussions with the WA government. I was over there in Perth a few weeks ago on a range of issues, including touching on the Dharmas. What we can do, and in terms of your ultimate question around providing confidence, we want to make sure that working with the WA government, that the Dharma that we put in place works for all parts of WA. It is not a Perth or a Margaret River-centric Dharma, and that the supports and concessions that are provided within that Dharma are tailored to the regional needs, the different regional needs of WA, and that's what we'll be continuing to work on.
Now, Mr. Collard, that's very honourable, but I'm sorry, that just does not fill me with any confidence at all. It certainly won't fill the people, you know, in Kununurra and Wyndham and the surrounds, or the whole Kimberley up there, with any confidence. And I think that's something that I'll put on the record, Chair. As a West Australian Senator, this is going to give me heartburn, and I'm going to take the fight up with my own government on this, because that's not going to fly. Anyway, but not having a crack at you guys, thank you very much. I appreciate that, but that is just really stupid thinking coming from Canberra. Really crazy crap. And you'll have had me spree. Thank you, Chair.
I do, actually, yes. Can you explain to me what is the rationale for moving from the existing Dharma arrangements to state Dharma arrangements?
Thanks. As I was saying earlier, the intention behind it is to ensure that we're working extremely closely with states and territories through not just the state and territory Dharma, or the specific Dharma for their jurisdiction, but broader state and territory migration plans that we're looking to put in place with each jurisdiction to understand what jurisdictional workforce needs are, what the jurisdiction is doing to support those workforce needs from a local workforce development perspective, and where the gaps can then be served by particular migration pathways. There are a range, as you would all know, there are a range of migration pathways that exist to support the regions, and what we're looking to do is to understand where specific concessions through the Dharmas, be it age, salary, additional occupations that might not be available through the standard migration program, are necessary, but do that in a consolidated and coordinated way across each jurisdiction, and then using the state and territory migration plans to ensure that the states and territories as well are looking at the broader wraparound supports that are really important to ensure that when migrants arrive in the regions, they're supported and it supports their long-term stay.
But why is it necessary to disturb the existing arrangements in order to achieve those outcomes?
The intention is not to...
Because disturbing the existing arrangements, as Senator Stirl has said, and I was in Kununurra also, are causing a tremendous amount of unnecessary angst and anxiety. And disrupting people from doing what they need to be doing, running their local businesses in challenging regional environments.
The intention is to ensure that support continues to be provided, but to do so through consolidated state and territory Dharmas rather than disaggregated regional Dharmas.
But in a state like Western Australia, a state that Senator Stirl and I know very well, it's actually not disaggregated because population centres are... Sorry, there is no one between those very small population centres in the Kimberley and then those slightly larger population centres in the Pilbara. There's no one in between them. So when you say disaggregated, it's not a proper reflection of what's actually happening in a state like Western Australia. Now, in the south of the state, right, where population densities are greater, distances between Albany and Bunbury and Busselton, for example, are closer. I just cannot, and I've listened closely to what everyone has said over a number of months now, I just can't understand why you would seek to disrupt arrangements that are working well. Do you concede that the current arrangements in the Kimberley are working well?
From the information...
There are challenges. If they're not from your perspective, please let us know, yeah.
From what I'm aware, yes, but again, we want to make sure that they work as effectively as possible.
And I would just add to Mr Kiley's point, Dharma's never been in place for a period of time, and there's an opportunity to look at that framework in terms of what it needs to provide across an entire jurisdiction. So, as I mentioned earlier, it's our expectation that jurisdictions engage very closely with all of their local government areas and the existing regional designated area migration agreements. The benefit of having a state and territory jurisdiction put forward a business case for their entire jurisdiction is because they also have the levers that can attract skilled migrants. They have an understanding of upcoming infrastructure projects, of housing, education. So there's that added benefit of having a state territory government have oversight of the agreements.
So who is responsible? So in that evidence, I heard that you're saying that it's the states and territories that are responsible for managing this process and establishing the statewide Dharma. So what is your role?
So, we work with the jurisdiction in terms of establishing the concessions under that agreement, have a look at the evidence they've provided in their business case to the department, what are the localised occupations that are in shortage, their business case in terms of the sorts of concessions that they might need.
How many dharmas are there currently in Western Australia?
There are, I believe, 3. Let me just check, sorry.
Yeah, that's 4. There's
Oh,
one
sorry.
in Pilbara, Kimberley, Southwest and Goldfields.
Yep, that's right. So the only justification I can imagine is that someone might think there's an administrative burden in having to deal with 4 dharmas in Western Australia, and that there might be an administrative efficiency in only having to deal with 1. Is that the justification?
No, Senator, that's
great,
not the...
Great. Okay, that's reassuring, because the concerns that people raise in the far north of the state, in Kununurra, in the Kimberley, for example, is that various opportunities that they have during the Dharma might be traded off with other regions in Western Australia. Is that a legitimate concern? Is that a possibility?
We don't see the negotiations around the dharmas as a trading off. What we are genuinely working with the jurisdictions to do is understand their skills needs.
But Mr. Carley, you're not. You said that the state is doing it.
Sorry, working with the states to understand their skills needs.
But this demonstrates a really, really important point and why we have a Parliamentary Joint Committee on Northern Australia. Canberra is very far away from Perth, which is very, very far away from Kununurra. And I can't help but think that when the message gets sent from Kununurra to Perth, it gets a little bit diluted, gets a bit misunderstood. Then when the message goes from Perth to Canberra, it gets more misunderstood. And then I'm sitting here with Senator Sterle, and others have been to Kununurra, go there regularly, the Kimberley, the Goldfields, hear firsthand from people, and now we sit in our comfortable committee room in Canberra, and all I'm hearing is I'm not convinced you understand the frustrations and the anxieties that are being felt in a very, very small town like Kununurra.
We've heard the concerns. They've been worked through in the discussions with WA, and as I said at the start, this process has been instructive to hear the evidence that this committee has received. We will absolutely take that on.
No, Mr. Carley, we heard the evidence a while ago. We didn't hear the evidence yesterday. We heard the evidence a while ago.
And we will use that to inform our continued discussions with Western Australia.
So, what is the timeline? What is the timeline?
I think jurisdictions are at different stages of...
What stage is Western Australia at?
We've been engaged with the Western Australian Government in terms of looking at their business case, and also in discussion around the regional dharmas and making sure that when those dharmas are close to expiry, that we're looking at whether or not there needs to be transitional, so an ongoing period of time where those dharmas operate, those regional dharmas, to make sure that there are the agreements in place in the interim as those discussions continue with the Western Australian Government.
When does the Pilbara Dharma expire?
27th of March, 2027.
And when does the Kimberley Dharma expire?
27th March, 2027.
And when does the Southwest Dharma expire?
I'm sorry, I don't have that detail.
I'll have to come back to you on that.
And when does the gold...
Mr Smith, can you just... so maybe we take that... you're agreeing to take that question on notice and provide that back to Mr Smith.
Okay.
Thank you, Senator.
Yeah, so there is the possibility for extensions of the existing Dharma if states are not in a position to fulfil or conclude their statewide Dharma.
Correct.
Okay. And we have already done that for some of the regional dharmas.
Yeah.
to ensure that they continue.
Okay, so this is the point that I'm trying to make. So for these people, they are running their businesses. So every new frustration, every new anxiety adds to what is already a very challenging existence running a business in a place like Kununurra, in a place like Broome, very, very seasonal, not to mention all of the other challenges that might be happening in a town like Kununurra, which I'm sure you're aware of. So whenever people are trying to get on with their life, this just adds frustration, confusion. How can someone make business investments in an already challenging environment like Northern Australia when they've got this degree of doubt hanging over them? And what I hear is you're not actually taking much responsibility for this at all. You're pushing it down on the state government. And I'm still not convinced that there's a clear rationale for going to a state-wide Dharma.
I think there's a collective responsibility where...
No. I'm not going to accept responsibilities for your mistakes. No, I'm not. Nor am I going to accept responsibility for your poor consultation.
The collective responsibility that we are working through with these Dharmas, ultimately the Commonwealth signs off on the final terms of the Dharma. So ultimately the Commonwealth is responsible for signing off on the final concessions that are provided. We do so, as Ms Mayer was saying, based on the extensive engagement we have with WA, the business case that they put forward on the range of skills shortages that they have in different parts of their jurisdiction, and this is the work that we do across all jurisdictions, the types of concessions that may be needed to support attracting migrants to the workforce, whether that be age, additional occupations that aren't otherwise available. That has included looking at the existing regional Dharmas, the concessions that are available already, and whether they continue to be necessary to attract migrants to those parts of the jurisdiction, and whether they need to be included in the new statewide Dharma.
On the website it says, with states, territory or regional authorities. What does regional authority mean?
The regional authority in the context of regional Dharmas is the authority that we engage with in the administration of the Dharma.
Right, okay. So is it possible at this stage to, go over the state process and just establish or extend permanently the Pilbara and Kimberley Dharmas?
That's not the intention, no. The intention is to move to a statewide Dharma.
And so, last question, and by when?
We're looking to work through those negotiations in the coming months, but we want to make sure that in settling a Dharma that we have confidence that it will do what they are intended to do in supporting the migration and skills needs of the jurisdiction in their entirety, including how we manage the transition where there are regional Dharmas in
So when do you expect the West Australian Dharma to be, statewide Dharma to be completed or enacted?
I don't have a date at the moment, but hopefully in the coming, ultimately a matter for government. I can take on notice whether we can provide you a time period.
Thank you, Mr. Carling. Do you accept that taken on notice, Senator Smith?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Carling, have you or anyone in your branch spoken to people in Kununurra?
I have to take on notice.
We have a business industry regional outreach network as well who engages across Australia, so we'll take that on notice.
In Kununurra was my question. Mm-hmm. Thank you. Mm-hmm.
Senator Smith. Now, Mr. Kiley, we're just following on, and then I've got some questions for Border Force. During our remote hearings, the committee has heard evidence, and just flowing on from Senator Smith and Senator Sterle, about businesses and stakeholders concerned that the Dharma negotiations with disadvantaged certain regions and which are more remote. You've heard from the Kimberleys and that issue. We took evidence in Queensland, in Brisbane and for North Queensland. Also for the Northern Territory. Now, you don't have to answer that question today, but if we can get the information in terms of where are the negotiations at for the Northern Territory, what Dharma agreements are in place with the Northern Territory Government, at what stage, and are those agreements at? And is there a top end? And again, you know, everyone's, because there's been regional agreements in place, but you're saying that you'll go to one agreement. And I know the Northern Territory has progressed well, but where is it in terms of where's the Dharma agreement at with the Northern Territory at this stage? You can either answer it now or you can provide further information on notice. Mr. Kiley.
Happy to answer now. There is a statewide Dharma or jurisdiction-wide Dharma in place in the Northern Territory. It's in effect until the 30th of June 2030.
And how long's that been in operation, Mr. Kiley?
The current Dharma has been in effect since the 19th of March 2025. This is the third Dharma in effect with the Northern Territory.
Thank you. Matt, do you have any questions? Okay, so I've got a couple of questions. Thank you for the Border Force. And this is from the Deputy Chair. And Rear Admiral, whether yourself or Mr. Copeman, what could a Border Force solution look like in the northwest to support international flights in and out of Western Australia, example Karratha and Broome? And could Border Force have a pool of staff based in the north to support ports and airports? And if not, why not?
Thank you very much, Chair, and to the Deputy for the question. We have we have framework in place. It's called a New and Emerging Ports Framework, and we work closely with industry when they identify the business need to be able to have a certain location gazetted under the Customs Act to be able to operate internationally there. We have a number of already gazetted locations in the northwest, but we're always happy to be able to work with industry on what that looks like. We have a permanent presence of officers across the northwest in our offices from Dampier, Port Hedland and Broome in particular, and we're working with industry at the moment on a facility in Wyndham as well to be able to facilitate some legitimate trade and travel out of those ports. We recognise that we also take an intelligence-led and risk-based approach. So as threats are identified and risks become apparent, we surge workforce from not only other regional areas, but also from some of our more metropolitan-based operations. That could include a surge team from Perth or calling on our headquarters team to be able to surge into some of those regional locations. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. In terms of, and again, Rear Admiral Sonta or yourself, Mr. Copeman, in terms of Operation Sovereign Border, how many staff, when the government made that announcement, how many staff have been placed or come on as part of that operation, and where are they based?
I'll answer that, Chair. Generally, there's an element in the headquarters in Canberra here that coordinates across what we call forward commands, and then the way it works, Chair, is that we then liaise into the Australian Border Force network to utilise both people in those regions that Mr. Copeman just described, as well as both Australian Defence Force and Australian Border Force people in the air and at sea. An average number on a daily basis sort of working in Operation Sovereign Borders would be around about 1,200 to 1,400 people. And I think you asked where they were based. Yep. We do see them. We do leverage the Broome office. We leverage the Darwin office. The Darwin office is generally, or Darwin is generally where our patrol boats work out of, as you probably have seen, Chair. We have aviation elements that work out of the northwest and the north and all the way across to Cairns in the east. And we've also got on-water assets that operate out of Thursday Island and then Cairns as well. So we're broadly spread across the northern regions in total.
So thank you, Rear Admiral. In your opening statement, when you were talking, you talked about an increase in illegal activity coming in through the north, and I think you said in 2022 there were 7, then there were 11 in 2025, 26, and then 2026, 11. In terms of that activity coming in to across Northern Australia, and I know that there has been some of those illegal activities or boats coming into particularly Northern Australia or into the Northern Territory and communities. So in terms of Operation Sovereign Border, how much work has the department done with whether it's land councils, whether it's organisations on the ground in terms of land and sea ranges, in terms of that capability? So if the department doesn't have people from Border Force on the ground, what work or contracting has the department done with those organisations that are the eyes and ears on the coast? Has the department put in place any contracted work to be able to add to the capacity to stop that?
Chair, thanks for the question. I might start and then I'll get James Copeman to dive in as well, because he's done a lot of work in this area, but in essence quite a significant amount of work. I've been on record as saying, and I'll repeat again on record, that the members of the public, our Indigenous, are critical for that oversight surveillance that we need across the north. And not unlike, critical in terms of counter-terrorism and other threats that we face, they are essential. So personally, I've travelled up into the northwest, into the north, and met into the Torres as well. We are looking at how we evolve that relationship even more with all those land councils and members, and Mr. Copeman might talk about that in more detail. And then we leverage an existing process, Chair, that we've had in place called Border Watch, and that is essentially where anyone in the community can ring up and report something that's out of the ordinary, because as I've said before, it is their country. They understand when something is unusual on their country and they report, and that's been quite successful. We've even got as far now that we're starting to take some of those Indigenous rangers out to sea, because again, they know sea country, and that whole collaboration is just making it a better collective effect moving forward. But I might refer to Mr. Copeman, and he will probably have a bit more to add there.
Thank you very much, Rear Admiral, and thank you, Chair. Reiterating exactly what the Rear Admiral has touched on, we have had engagements across the northwest, Western Australia, the Northern Territory and far north Queensland with ranger groups associated with councils, also ranger groups that are independent of those councils, to be able to sort of to come together, co-design and look to move forward with some arrangements. We fully recognise that a lot of the community that live in remote areas are our eyes and ears on the ground, and it has been fantastic over the last 12 months to see some of those ranger groups, as the Rear Admiral touched on, be part of some of our patrols. And that is not just limited to what the Rear Admiral's touched on as far as maritime patrols, but we've also done some remote area patrols utilising our four-wheel drives and also some of their equipment, and have also, in some of our more remote locations, had the opportunity to be able to partner with some Indigenous ranger groups to be able to do some aerial patrols on our rotary wing assets as well.
Chair, I might just add, if I can, one of the beauties about this job is I get to command both Australian Border Force and Australian Defence Force. In the Australian Defence Force realm, I have a very close relationship. We work a lot with Northern Force, which you'd be aware of. All of them are Indigenous people. And the beauty about that is not only is their reporting and their knowledge when they're actually working for me, it's also when they're not working for me, because they know that familiarity. We quite often get a lot of reports from them when they're back in their community after they've done their army service. So that's a really strong network moving forward.
Can I just ask Rear Admiral or Mr. Copeman, going away from the Northern Territory but to a far corner of my electorate in terms of the Indian Ocean territories, which is, and become a strategic outpost for the Commonwealth. how many, and Re-Admiral, you could take this on notice if you like, incursions or what work is being done with the Indian Ocean territories, both COCUS but also Christmas Island, which did have a detention but is now been decommissioned. So how many incursions, though, are coming through on the Indian Ocean territory?
In this forum, Chair, I'd be reluctant to talk about specificity, because what we find is in public open areas like this, people smugglers use that for their benefit, and they put both our people and vulnerable people at risk. But what I could say to you, you're very correct. I mean, the Indian Ocean Territory has always been under threat, continues to be under threat, and hence why, in terms of my maritime force, we always have presence there. But we also do overflight as well. And in fact, in the Broad, we're about to get some new aviation capability that will help us reach out as far as that more frequently. Because as you know, and this probably gets back to some of the commentary, we talk about how far away from Canberra some of those important regional countries we've named. This is even further. So the challenge is getting out there, but we are out there frequently, and there are ABF members that frequent both those islands as well on land. But I might just refer also to Mr Copeman if he's got anything more to add.
Thank you very much, Rear Admiral. Thank you very much, Chair. You touched on immigration detention. I just wanted to expand on that. We do have a footprint of officers. There would be a mixture of officers that are posted to Christmas Island, as well as locally engaged officers that we work with there. We deliver aviation airport services, as well as some cargo and international mail services up there to make sure that we can facilitate legitimate travel and trade to the Indian Ocean territories, but also protect the community from anything nefarious coming in. On COCUS Island, we do not have any officers permanently based there, but we do surge if and when we need to be able to facilitate.
Yeah, no, look, every time I've visited, the presence of Border Force is always there, and it's good. But, Rear Admiral, is there any moves to, like you've done in the Northern Territory, where you've worked with Aboriginal communities and you train local Aboriginal people? Is there, the COCUS Malay people and the population, and there are many on Christmas Island who would be and have lived on the sea all their life, would be good in terms of, is there any approaches from Border Force to work with probably those individuals or people on that community?
Chair, as Mr Copeman said, and as I said, we've been there for quite a while, so we find that we actually have a very good relationship with the community already, but we do not at this time have a plan to do a more deliberate co-design, as Mr Copeman described, for the areas we're doing from northwest north and across to the northeast of mainland Australia.
Can I just go to Home Affairs if I could? So staying on Christmas Island, there are a number of houses which were occupied by staff when the Immigration Detention Centre was in full operation and no longer being used. What's the plan from Department of Home Affairs for that infrastructure?
We probably don't have the right people available at the hearing to answer that, so I might need to take that on notice and come back to you with details.
Can I, and also, the work from either of your departments to ensure our, northern maritime approaches are kept safe, and we've heard that response from Border Force, but in terms of Home Affairs as well, the work that you do across Northern Australia, besides Dharma, but the work you do in whether it's Western Australia, Northern Territory and also Queensland. So the approaches, where have you got your staff? Have you got staff in and across Northern Australia, or are they all Canberra based?
So we've got staff, and Border Force might want to jump in as well. I've got staff all around the country. We operate out of all of the capital cities in terms of sort of immigration staff in particular. Again, if it would assist the committee, we're happy to take on notice and provide a bit of a breakdown of where we have both sort of Home Affairs staff as well as Border Force staff across Northern Australia.
No.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'll just check. I don't think. No. Oh, Senator Smith.
Yes, please. If you've finished. Just, I think the member for Durack, Ms Price, might have asked questions on this theme. But in May, there was an announcement that Karratha Airport had been granted, I think it's called restricted use of restricted use of international airport and alternative international airport status. Is that correct?
Thank you very much, Senator. I would have to take on notice the exact date, but that is my understanding, yes.
Yep. And so what does that actually mean from Border Force's perspective?
It would allow for international flights to occur. However, it would be not on what I would call an RPT or a repeat status. It would be ad hoc international movements, subject to industry saying we would like to have an arrival here at this time to be able to move these people and freight.
Okay, so because again, travelling to Karratha, a lot of local people, particularly the city of Karratha, talk about how improved international connectivity is good for tourism, is good for workforce development, importantly good for freight as well. So what are the next? How do you enliven that regulatory approval that's been given? What happens next in order to allow for these ad hoc international movements? So when you say ad hoc, does that mean you could have regular international flight movements out of Karratha into Southeast Asia? Is that what ad hoc means?
That's correct. So I'm unaware at the moment of an industry push or an airline to be able to have a repeat and consistent service up there. The nature of Karratha Airport would fall within that new and emerging ports framework. So that's where industry would come to us within that framework. We would then work closely with the Department of Agriculture as well as Department of Infrastructure to be able to progress requirements that we would place on industry to be able to sort of build a facility that sort of we're able to facilitate or mitigate some of those risks. And that is sort of a co-design type approach. My observation would be Karratha is very different to Dampier, very different to Darwin, and that's why we take that approach of going, what does it look like here? What is the environment? What's the footprint that we can build within? And then, what are the core requirements that we need to be able to acquit our customs and immigration sort of functions at the border and then build out from there? Certainly a co-design with industry.
We're not talking, when you say build, you're not talking about physically build, because Karratha is quite a substantial airport, and by comparison to other regional airports, substantial and modern facility. So what is the next step? Does an airline come to Border Force? What's the point of entry for an airline into government broadly?
Would be the airport operator themselves engaging with us.
Right. And has the airport operator engaged with you on the possibility of ad hoc international movements?
I would have to take on notice that around the engagement there.
Does Border Force have a formula? So if you have a 737 aircraft coming into a port like Karratha internationally, is there a formula that says you need so many ABF officers, that you need so many screening devices? Is there a template on which you use to start, even if you don't end up there?
We do have an internal template that we work with to be able to try and figure that out. My observation, and it really does feed into some of the conversation that we've had today, is that template could work well in metropolitan-based areas where we may be voluminous with staff, and we could have an officer that is trained in just working at the airport to be able to clear passengers or conduct baggage exams. However, and having done some of these posts myself in regional areas, the further out from the centre that you go, the more training that you require to be able to acquit a range of different tasks. So I'd say for our officers that would be based in Dampier, clearing an international aircraft movement is one element of their job, as is clearing a merchant vessel, as is intervening where they need. So absolutely wonderful that our officers have the opportunity to be able to do such a broad range of activities, but it's probably where that particular metric or widget that we use is skewed a little bit, because we would need to be able to take a really practical approach with what that looks like.
So what I'm hearing is efficient use of resources if officers can do a variety of different things in a location.
That is absolutely correct, yes.
How long would it take? How long does it typically take to move from having been granted restricted use of international airport or alternate international airport classification to being able to accept international flights? And I'm thinking, I'm not thinking A380s and those. I'm thinking 737s coming down from Southeast Asia. An airline demonstrating that there's a commercial appetite, etc., etc.
Senator, I'm very hesitant with providing you a response that goes along the lines of it depends, but to try and touch on some of the fit-out sort of things that I spoke about before, we'd take a risk-based approach to what that proposal sort of looks like, and we might need to be able to put in things like additional CCTV, or depending on the volume of passengers coming through, we might need to upgrade some servers to the local system. Depending on the volumes that come through, probably a little bit more extreme than what you're looking like, but, do we need to explore what smart gates look like, or automation in general, as opposed to a manual clearance-based process? So there is a balance of resource, capability and return on investment for government investment that we can deliver in there.
So let's say an airline operator does come to ABF. It is genuinely interested in that there's a commercial case. Does that airline operator come to you, and then you formulate a working group to enliven that airline operator's application, or does the airline operator have to sort of truck him or herself around government, knock on the ABF door, knock on the DAF door, knock on this door, knock on that door? How does government or the ABF facilitate those discussions and hopefully the realisation of an international travel opportunity, in this case out of Karratha?
I can confirm that we have a central point where it will cut across those three main agencies between the Australian Border Force, the Department of Agriculture and the Department of Infrastructure. We may have different requirements, but the hope and endeavour is that there is one entry point in to be able to provide that advice on these are the requirements, albeit they'd be different from location to location.
And what is that centre point or central point?
We have a ports policy team within the Australian Border Force that does some of the coordination there. But additionally, at an operational level, we have regular catch-ups across those agencies and industry partners to be able to work on, what are the emerging airlines that are coming out, and we do that on a fairly regular basis.
When was this last question, Chair? When was the last time ABF facilitated regular international aviation arrival departure from a Northern Australian airport?
So Darwin, for example?
Oh, the new one. But let me put it differently. In the last 3 years or in the last 5 years, how many airports in Northern Australia have been enlivened through the work of ABF and others to allow for regular international flights, passenger flights or freight flights?
Of course, Broome International Airport is the first that comes to mind for me in some of the work that we've done with Broome over the last wee while. Again, the balance with industry to make sure that those operations are viable and continuing. If we had industry that came to the organisation and said, we would like to run 4 times a week inwards and outwards movements from location X, we would put forward our requirements. Sometimes we are a little bit hesitant with what that looks like in viability, because I wouldn't want to go to government to say we need to be able to resource this for X, Y and Z. I then send 5, 6, 10 officers up to Broome to be able to deliver operations up there. Industry pulls out after 6 months. What can I do with those officers? How do I redeploy them, and how can we get best bang for our buck with delivery?
Okay, yeah, no, that's a very, very fair point. It's a very, very reasonable point, totally. So how would you satisfy yourself around the viability of the proposition that's being put to you? Do you do that, or does someone else do that? Does Department of Transport do that? Someone obviously has to put their eye over the business case and make a judgment call that this is believable, that this is sustainable.
Yeah, we certainly see, and we do assessments on their volumes and some of their strategic plans that they put in place. It probably sits better, Senator, with the Department of Infrastructure with what they do in those assessments there. I would say we simply turn our minds to the operations around what do we put in place to be able to deliver against that.
Great, excellent. No, I appreciate that. That's been very enlightening. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Smith. And I want to thank both Home Affairs and the Australian Border Force for your appearance to the committee today. And I want to, before you go, Rear Admiral, share my appreciation for the particularly the coastline of the Northern Territory, but also from across the Indian Oceans, the work that Border Force does and continues to do. And also Home Affairs, thank you very much for coming. And I know, Mr Kiley, there were a number of questions taken on notice. The committee's agreed that any responses to any questions on notice should be provided within 2 weeks of you receiving a copy of the Hansard transcript. And we do thank you very much for appearing today.
Thanks all.
Thanks, Jackie. Thanks.
Keep those visas coming. All right? We need workers. Nonsense argument that Paul has in there.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We need sort of people.
Disgraceful. I just think I was saying that.
I now welcome representatives from the National Indigenous Australians Agency in person, and I welcome Ms Bellinger online by teleconference, video conference, sorry. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please all state your full name and the capacities in which you appear today?
Selena Patrick, Eastern Group Manager, National Indigenous Australians Agency.
Jessica Guthrie, Group Manager for Jobs and Economic Development Division.
Carla McDonald, Branch Manager, Land and Native Title Branch.
Nicholas Cray, Chief Financial Officer and Group Manager of Grants and Finance Group.
And online?
Sorry, Madam Chair.
No, you're right.
Bridget Bellinger, Group Manager, Central for NIAA.
And who's on?
We do have Kasmina on
teleconference. Is she on teleconference? Yes. Is she? Okay. All right. Kasmina, so is she online?
Teleconference. Sorry.
Oh, she's on teleconference. She's not on video conference. Okay. Yep. That came through. Can you say that again? That didn't.
Yeah, it's Kasmina Burke, North Queensland Regional Manager for NIAA.
Thank you. And also online from the committee, I have the Honourable Melissa Price, Deputy Chair, MP, and Mr Luke Gosling, MP, Member for Solomon, online. I now invite you, Mr Guthrie, Miss Guthrie, I take that you would be doing the opening statement, or Miss Patrick, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions.
Thank you, Chair. We do not have an opening statement.
Okay. Questions?
Cool.
Do you want me to?
Oh, no, I'm happy to lead off.
Okay.
Thank
Well, I'm giving you the call, Mr Smith.
Oh, thanks, Farron. I guess from your perspective, how could government better engage with PBCs, particularly around infrastructure builds in the discrete regional communities? That's often what is holding us back from really delivering a lot of the housing and infrastructure that's required. How do you see a path forward to make this a little bit more efficient so that we are being able to deliver much needed housing and economic development in our regional discrete communities?
I might ask Ms McDonald to start with that.
Yes, I'm happy to do that. Thank you for the question. The NIAA does fund the prescribed bodies corporates through the native title representative bodies and service providers. And we also have strategic project grants that will be opening up this year as well. So that enables PBCs to apply directly for funding for economic empowerment opportunities. As you'd be aware too, under the Native Title Act and the land rights infrastructure, there is not only best practice but also the legal requirement to engage with traditional owners on opportunities. So we would encourage PBCs and also the rep bodies and land councils that support them to be involved in those conversations, and for proponents to ensure that they do meet the requirements to engage. And it's not just for the purpose of engaging and obtaining consent, but also providing the opportunity for economic projects to be harnessed.
Where do you think, because I mean often there's disputes, as you would be aware, that sort of where is it falling down to that we keep hitting these roadblocks over and over again? Because it's something I hear right across the Cape and the Torres Strait all the time, and I really want to try to find a way forward because obviously the area is crying out specifically for housing.
Sorry?
Just about housing specifically.
Sorry, I'm just checking. Kasmina, are you able to add anything to that? Sorry, Ms Birch.
Thank you, Selena. So particularly in the north, we keep engaging on these matters and bringing it back with our program areas to look for the fit-for-purpose arrangements that can support certain communities with their matters. And we did have our minister in the region last week as well in North Queensland, just talking to communities about those housing concerns, which we continue to engage with Queensland Government on.
Yep.
Okay. I've got a question from the Deputy Chair. Can you outline where NIAA staff are located across Northern Australia?
I can kick off, Chair. Thank you for the question. As you'd be aware, the NIAA has staff located across most parts of Australia. We have in the Northern Australian areas of the Northern Territory 167 staff. In Queensland it's approximately 72 and in the Kimberley region it's 34. That is a mix of staff from across all of the portfolios of the NIAA.
The Northern Territory, sorry.
It was...
the Kimberley.
Yep.
The Northern Territory.
The Northern Territory was 167.
167, sorry. and the Kimberley?
It was 34.
34, and Queensland was?
Northern Queensland, it's 72.
72.
And that's a mix of staff from right across the NIAA, of which 40 of those numbers, 46.5% are First Nations people in our staff.
What was that percentage again? Sorry,
46.5.
46.5.
Sorry, Chair, I'll try to speak a little bit more clearly.
No, you're right. We might just tease this out a little bit.
Yep.
So 46.5% of a total 100% of your staff are First Nation?
That's correct.
And based across these three, across Northern Australia?
That's correct. So of the 273 staff based in across Northern Australia, across the 3 states and 2 states and 1 territory, 46.5% of those, or 127, are First Nation staff.
Okay. And in what capacity are they?
So we've got a range of roles. So primarily the majority of those staff are operations and delivery staff. So they're regional-based staff that are working often directly with community. And I don't want to tread on Ms Patrick or Ms Bellinger's toes here. We also have a smaller number of staff that are enabling staff, so our corporate staff that are remotely located across the country, as well as some policy and program staff, and also, obviously, as you'd be aware, some of our portfolio body staff, so Office of Township Leasing and ORIC staff are located in Northern Australia.
Okay. I don't think Matt or anyone... does NIAA fund housing projects in Northern Australia? I'm just getting the Deputy Chair's questions out of the way.
Housing projects in Northern Australia?
In Northern Australia, yep.
Ms Bellinger, do you want to talk to the housing for Northern Territory?
Yes, thank you. So, absolutely. So, and I note the previous Senator's comments on this as well. The Northern Territory has a partnership between NIA, the Northern Territory Government, and importantly includes partners such as the Land Councils and the Aboriginal Housing Authority Northern Territory. So there is a sizable, $4 billion collective investment into remote housing across the Northern Territory. And certainly that is delivered in a partnership approach. Now that funding is for remote, but it does pick up some town camps as well in various areas. Thank you.
So, Ms Bellinger, just following on from that question, the committee recently has taken evidence, we were both in the Kimberleys and in recently in the Northern Territory, in and around Nhulunbuy. One of the big issues that keep coming up with us is housing on homelands, and given that NIAA funds and I think communities, myself as a member for the Northern Territory, grateful for the funding that NIAA provides, and I'll go to Ms Guthrie after, because I think the jobs program is one that is worth getting on record. But how many with that housing partnership that you've got between the Northern Territory Government, the NT Government, Land Councils and AHNT, why do we always constantly see homelands fall through the gaps of these projects? And what discussions, because NIAA would be part of the Joint Steering Committee, why isn't any of those, where's homelands in all of this?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. It is a really important question, and certainly one, and you can imagine in my role, I get asked constantly, in many different forums. So the NIA, through the federal government, has committed specific funding to work through a homelands policy. So the Joint Steering Committee, with all of those members, are currently drafting what that may look like. And there is a separate fund, 50 million in the first year, to actually work through how we may do that better. There is a real tension with the funding, regarding, whether you build homes in remote communities or we invest in homelands, and town camps are often comes up in that conversation as well. So it is, something that needs to be thoroughly explored. I will say that this is the first time, in many years that homelands have been part of the conversation, and a specific dedicated effort is being put to actually working through an appropriate policy.
Okay, that's good. So in terms of homelands, when we look at emerging industries, and we were recently in Nhulunbuy, a lot of those emerging industries, enterprises are getting driven by homelands. When that 50 million that you're talking about, Ms. Bellinger, is that going to be housing infrastructure, or is it going to be other infrastructure associated with existing housing that's there on the ground in those homelands?
Yeah, so Madam Chair, I might just note I don't actually sit on the Joint Steering Committee. I know that they met last week to progress this conversation.
Who for NIAA sits on it, Ms. Bellinger?
Certainly does. Yeah, certainly does. So I would say that policy hasn't yet been determined and is still under conversation. I do know that they met last week, and it was certainly one of the agenda items. We can take that on notice and bring something back to you. I'm not up to date with the last conversation, but I would say it is about housing infrastructure in homelands. And very focused on the housing infrastructure and probably the essential services to support that infrastructure.
Thank you. And Ms. Bellinger, are you able to, just give an update in terms of in terms of town camps and the housing infrastructure for town camps, not just in Alice Springs but across the Northern Territory, whether that is also included as part of, or is it just Alice Springs and not, town camps or living areas in and around Darwin, Katherine and Tennant Creek, or remote communities? Are you able to give those specifics, or do you want to take that question on notice and get back to the committee?
Yeah, certainly town camp infrastructure is included in that. A work plan is currently under development by the JSC. Certainly there has been investment in town camps, notably Tennant Creek, Alice Springs, are the two that I'm aware of, but we will take a more detailed answer to you.
Okay, and if that could also include, Ms. Bellinger, for Katherine, but also Darwin and some of the town camps around Darwin, that would be good. And also title, the transfer, the leasing arrangements between the Commonwealth Government, the Northern Territory Government and any third party would be good to be part of that question on notice, if that's all right.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Okay. And Madam Chair, just your earlier question, there is some other funding arrangements, like RGED certainly being one of them, and our Local Improvement Fund being another that is supporting homelands and some of the other economic development and infrastructure. That they are perhaps a narrower sort of arrangement than the housing funding, but certainly we are supporting homelands in various places around the Territory.
In terms of the housing, and I don't know, Ms. Patrick, whether you can answer this, but is there any projects in either Western Australia or Queensland in NIAA?
So the Commonwealth ceased funding or direct funding into WA and other states. So outside of the Northern Territory obviously has a different arrangement, but so funding goes through the states now, as opposed to Commonwealth directly funding projects in WA and Queensland. I can get some more information on notice in regards to projects which might sit under HAF.
Yeah, if you could, that would be good to provide with the community for both Queensland but also Western Australia, and how those agreements work, because you fund the Northern Territory Government directly under the housing agreement, so that would be no different for Western Australia and Queensland, but it'd be good to get some information on that.
Yes, we can take that on notice.
Yeah. And I'm conscious of the jobs program, but I do want to ask Ms McDonald about PBC, not PBCs, but the Native Title Act, and how that intersects with ELRA, and given the report and that's recently been done, has NIAA had any input into the review report for native title?
Yes, thank
that's
you
recently
for the
been
question.
done by Tony McAvoy.
Yes, that's right, the Australian Law Reform Commission report. So that was tabled this week. The Attorney General's Department does have the lead on that, on seeking that review, but the NIAA is heavily engaged with that, and now it's open for consultation. We will be conducting, we will be having consultations with key stakeholders, including across the native title sector, obviously. So we are involved and working closely with the Attorney General's Department. Does
NIAA have a view, or have you looked at or engaged in conversations in relation to, I think Mr Smith asked a question earlier on about PBCs, the increased funding or the increased push for more PBCs through that? Has that been something considered or looked at through the agency?
I think it will be part of our consideration, given that there's lots of references to PBCs throughout the report. And how they're critical, obviously, because we need traditional owners to be involved in and making decisions about their own country. So that will definitely be part of the consultation. The native title rep bodies and service providers, as well as seeking views from PBCs. And there are almost 300 of them now across the country.
And are they all funded through the NIAA?
Yes, yes. So there's, through the Prime Minister's announcement at the Gama Festival last year, there was an additional $75 million funded towards prescribed bodies corporate. This brings the total investment to almost $200 million across the forward 3 years. There's 3 streams of funding. So the operational funding is delivered through the rep bodies and service providers. Then there's also one-off establishment funding for new PBCs after determinations are made, and then there'll be the strategic projects as well.
So, sorry, Matt, and then I'll hand to you. Do you have a question?
I do have a question.
You do have a question. How many PBCs did you say around Australia? 300? Did you say
approximately 300?
And how many of those 300 are viable or operating? Does NIAA have any numbers on that, or do you want to take that on notice?
Yes, I can take that on notice, yes. But they are supported through each of the 14 rep bodies and service providers.
Okay. That's state and territory rep bodies. Okay.
That's right, yes. So you'd be looking at the Kimberley Land Council, Central Land Council, Northern Land Council, and then there's 4 in Queensland as well. Yes.
Thank you, Mary. The Brendan Ray's, what is the intersection like between NIA and other, I guess, departments doing work in Northern Australia, particularly around infrastructure, and is there a coordination in getting people into jobs and training that way? And I guess the big question then is, RGEP obviously has got that 3 years attached to it. That creates a bit of a cliff. You know, are we assuming that these jobs are going to be self-sustaining moving forwards, or where does that support go afterwards?
Can I answer that in 2 parts? I might answer the first part of that question first, about sort of the role of NIAA and who we work with more broadly. So I would say, we obviously have regional networks who are working closely with states and territories and with, as you said, PBCs, rep bodies, community leaders across the country, and so that's sort of the role of where we are and how we work with those stakeholders to do, like you said, job creation, economic empowerment, There is a government commitment, which is the First Nations Economic Partnership, where Treasury is the lead, for instance. NIAA plays a very key supporting role alongside with PM&C within that. That's kind of the broader overarching commitment around economic development, not just for the North, but for First Nations communities. We obviously work very closely across all parts of our organisation with organisations like Office for Northern Australia, infrastructure, and other, DISA on critical minerals, DAF on agriculture, and where those things are emerging an opportunity, we'll either work through our national office where that's relevant or through our regional offices where we need to. The second part of your question about the RGED funding. So yes, RGED is a job creation model. So it is essentially a range of it is a grant program that community organisations, local businesses, there's quite a long list of people who can apply to run a program or a service with the aim and the intent of creating entry-level jobs in remote communities. And so the funding for that program is determined on what the application that we receive from the person or the organisation applying for the grant. So the job will be as long as the grant that is approved through that process. The point about sustainability, so there is quite a lot that has gone into the design of the RGED program to achieve that outcome. So primarily it is around creating jobs that don't already exist. Secondly to that is around jobs that can be sustainable, but primarily is around having entry-level roles created with the intent and purpose of people who have been on a remote employment caseload, been long-term unemployed or have significant barriers to employment, being able to access employment opportunities that are fit for purpose at the role they need to, and with the long-term aim of replacing a FIFO workforce when people build the skills and capacity to take on other roles. And so big part of the sustainability is in the RGED, the Remote Jobs and Economic Development, or RGED program, the GOGs, the first criteria, the Grant Opportunity Guidelines, stop trying to talk in acronyms. In the Grant Opportunity Guidelines, the first criteria is about creating sustainable jobs. So as an organisation is applying, they have to provide us with the evidence around how they've thought through how those jobs could become sustainable and what that process would be. So, for instance, one that I have personally seen, and you may have seen when you were up in Nhulunbuy, is the Yirrkala farm. And so part of that application process is identifying where there is what can grow, and then where there is suppliers in the region, what they might take on, so you can see the quantity of how much people might sell. What the essential part of an RGED program is to be able to, sort of that funding, right, it's a bit of a catch-22. If you're in a small organisation and you're trying to create an enterprise in a remote community, you can't employ people if you're not making a profit, but you can't make a profit if you don't have people employed. And so this is around how we monitor and evaluate as we're moving through the RGED program around the sustainability. Like I mentioned, people have to provide evidence of that and how they will work through that. We will monitor that program in our usual ways in which we administer all of our grants, and we do have a very robust monitoring, evaluation and learning framework that we are embedding across that program.
Cool, thank you. This is also the first time anyone said the word GOG at me, so, great.
Sorry, I think Ms Bellinger might want to add to the answer as well.
Thank you, if that's okay. So I could probably give a couple of practical examples in the Territory. Jess certainly has outlined one of them, but we're also working at the jurisdictional level and with peak partners as well. So, for instance, I have a standing meeting with the Public Employment and the Public Employment Commissioner in the Northern Territory Government, and we work through how we can align priorities around workforce and roles like RGED, but even more broadly, also assist in recruitment campaigns and actually getting it out through our fairly extensive networks and remote supports, and ways of advertising and advice about retention and employment of staff. We also have what we call the Aboriginal Health Forum in the Northern Territory. and that's Aboriginal-led committee. And so there we have a health workforce plan. So RGED will certainly feed into that and is well supported, but it also supports, like I talked about, recruitment practices of Aboriginal health workers. We support some of the training of that as well. But it is a way collectively we all come together around employment priorities and really work together to get the best outcomes. And we are seeing some really good examples of that take place in the Territory right now. The other major workforce piece for us is in Nullarbor with the Gove transition in the economy around mining. And it's really how do we use the programs we have and the programs DUA, DSS and other federal agencies have, along with the Northern Territory, to actually start replacing people that are either fly in, fly out, service deliverers, or we know over time, as the economy transitions, will change, and just getting way ahead of that transition.
Thanks. And I might just, add to that, over Ms Bellinger as well, but I think that really articulates the challenge with being able to do something like create jobs in an area that sits over about 1,200 different remote communities. The challenge is how do you create something flexible enough that you could administer at scale, that you can still administer the funding for in an appropriate way with the PGP Act, but is flexible enough to allow for local initiatives, local aspiration, and so we can see the differences in where industries want to be created or different kind of jobs want to be created across the country. And that's kind of will be what we're expecting to see through our MEL framework, is where that sustainability will come in, because we're allowing those local aspirations to be able to come through.
So, I mean, up in the far north, Jabal Bean has done a fantastic job and have really grabbed the bull by the horns in this particular instance. Is there support available? Like, if I go through every single community, each community's got a different ambition, a different set of, goals for their community, what that looks like in terms of economic development. Does NIAA work with their councils to better flesh out and understand some of the challenges and the opportunities, both through RGED and, just the further development, be it agriculture or, ecotourism, market gardens, whatever it is? What does that support look like for our councils so that they are able to take advantage of these programs?
Thank you for the question. So yes, the NIA has engagement officers that are based in the locations that Mr Cray mentioned earlier. And so part of their role is to go out and engage with Indigenous organisations, councils, and really talk to them about the opportunities that are available to them, whether that be through RGED or through other programs that might be being rolled out by the Commonwealth. We also play a role in helping convene between state governments as well and other Commonwealth agencies. So we do look to kind of work with community organisations or groups to make sure that they're aware of the options that are available to them.
Mary?
Thank you. Thank you, Matt. You've got no more for Queensland? All right. Back to the Northern Territory, and thank you, Jess, and also Bridget. What was that?
That was a video.
Love you, Lockie.
Didn't sound very good. We'll keep going anyway. So it would be good to just tease out a bit more. And I was listening to Ms Bellinger in terms of the RGED program and the work with the Public Employment Commissioner for the Northern Territory. How many of those RGED jobs are funded or subsidised by the Northern Territory? Not put aside the Commonwealth, but what is the Northern Territory government? What's their component and investment in terms of jobs in the Northern Territory? Or is this just the Commonwealth filling the gaps that the Northern Territory government fails to do? So are you able to just, do you have any figures in terms of the Northern Territory government?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I'd have to take that on notice, but if I could give you an example about the health workforce piece, I know that you're well aware we have both a mix of, NT-government-led health clinics in remote communities, and then we have the Aboriginal community-led health clinics as well. So they are collectively working together with ourselves and other Commonwealth agencies as well to actually, so they fund the sustainable ongoing jobs. And what we're looking at is a pathway to employment into sustainable employment using RGED. So, for example, I think you know yourself that you've got a lot of locum workforce in remote, and you've got doctors and nurses coming in and leaving. That turnover loses trust for community in actually the service. What we are trying, years ago you had a really healthy Aboriginal health worker network, and they would actually take on the role or liaison between the community and the medical staff, but certainly over time that network has eroded. So what this is looking to do, the NT government will fund permanent ongoing jobs, as will the ARCHO clinics. But RGED provides the opportunity for people to actually get training as they move through. So, for example, if you've got 5 jobs in Yuendamu, for example, you might take 1 or 2 people that actually will progress into full-time permanent employment. But you are giving people the opportunity to train, to learn, and to see if this is the kind of role that works for them. So that's really where our effort is, but it does join up to a greater effort. The other assistance that we have been providing is around recruitment and sort of cultural competence, for the health sector. We do that work joined up. I'm not saying that we do more than them, but we are providing advice, and we have provided at times some funding to certainly assist with that as well. We have seen a real decline in health services, I think, in remote, given the recruitment or, the way that the model rolls out in health in the Territory. And this is our best effort in actually fixing that and also providing jobs and, for local people.
Okay. I don't know if I got the answer in terms of what percentage is the Northern Territory government putting in that, Ms Bellinger, but if you can provide that on notice, that would be good, whether it's through the tripartite forums that you do with health, whether it's through the housing, the Joint Steering Committee. It would be good to, if there's discussion or commitment from the Northern Territory government in terms of what is their percentage of funding, because I know that the Commonwealth's commitment is quite significant through RGED and RAISE. Ms Guthrie, are you able to just outline, and Ms Bellinger, just how many positions, RGED positions have been in place in the Northern Territory? How many, and where are they?
Yes, I can. I'll give the overarching ones, and Ms Bellinger will know much more detail about where they're located specifically in the Northern Territory. But yes, the government full commitment is obviously in total 6,000 jobs to be created over the program. Like I mentioned, it is a grant program, so that is there are rounds that are open. We have run 2 rounds, and we have created through those rounds 1,700 jobs, around 1,700 jobs. As part of the design of the RGED program, it is also very closely related to the Remote Australia Employment Service, or the RAISE program, which is the Remote Employment Service for across Australia, and as I mentioned before, operates in 1,200 communities across 1 state and 4 territories. And part of that commitment is, again, aligning where people are coming off a Remote Australia Employment caseload into an employment opportunity through an RGED program. So from the about 1,700 roles that have been created, it is about just over 760 jobs specifically for the Northern Territory. And that is by design of, as the programs were being designed, part of the design of that program is aligning the percentage of jobs being made available through the Remote Jobs and Economic Development program to be aligned with the caseload of the Remote Australia Employment Service, so that the jobs are directly in demand for the proportionality of people who are on an employment service. So, for instance, out of in the Remote Australia Employment Service, 44% of the caseload, the total caseload across the country, sits in the Northern Territory. And so 44% of the 1,700 jobs are allocated to the Northern Territory. And so that's where we've seen just a bit over 760 to be approved in the Northern Territory.
And how many of those jobs are 12 months or more?
I probably don't have that right, very explicitly broken down, but what I can actually say is that part of the design of the RGED program is, again, it's as long as the grant funding, but what we did here through a lot of consultation is around the need for flexibility in employment opportunities to allow for the biggest uptake of people moving into entry-level employment. And so through the RGED program, an organisation can apply for either casual, part-time or full-time. Yep. And in an entirety, over the entire program, about 26% are full-time, 30% are part-time and 44% are casual.
Sorry, can you just do that again, Ms Guthrie? It's 26 are full-time?
26% full-time, 30% are part-time, 44% are casual, and we'd have to take on notice the exact breakdown of how many are over 12 months, but we could provide that because it would be the total length of the grant. But probably would just clarify that a total length of a grant, and something we do monitor, while the jobs are created, that doesn't necessarily mean it has to be one individual in that job, that whole period.
Okay, so it can be, yep.
Yes, so if it said, say an organisation applies for 3 years worth of funding, it doesn't mean it has to be attached to one individual. If that individual were to leave or gain other employment, another person just moves into that role from, who would be able to come in. So we are also tracking the amount of individuals in roles as well, which we'll be able to track as the program is implemented.
Okay, that's good. Thank you for that. And you'll take the other bit of the question on notice. We'll write back to you
as a
with
12
that
months.
specific.
Yes.
Yeah. And I can provide some broader regional numbers, Madam Chair, if that's...
Yeah, no, that'd be really good. Thanks, Ms Bellinger. That'd be good.
So Arnhem Land and Group Island region has 236 remote jobs. Central Australia has 341 remote jobs. And then our top end and Tiwi Island has 231 remote jobs. And I might just note that that's round 1 and 2 applications, and we've got a further round under assessment now. Jess might have some more detail of when that possibly will be announced, but that'll be another significant contribution into the market.
Yes, so as Ms Bellinger said, so we are at 1,700 jobs in total created through 2 rounds. The third round has closed, and we would anticipate the outcomes of those to be known in the coming few months. But that will bring the total of jobs created to 3,000 for the entirety of the program, up to date for 3 rounds.
So can I just go back over that? So 236 for Groot, 341 for Central Australia, and 231 on Arnhem Land and Tiwi. Is that right?
That sounds right. My IT's just crashed.
No, that's okay.
So you said 1,700, Ms Guthrie.
That's in total across the country. So we measure.
Okay, so 1,700 jobs across the country.
Yeah, about 706, so 44% of those would be in the Northern Territory, or allocated for the Northern Territory. So it's around about 760.
So that would be okay. Yeah. No, I got a bit.
And then we break it down to our regions.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you for clarifying that. That's good. Okay. So can you just, Ms Guthrie, because it is, there's enormous opportunity to utilise that untapped workforce in Northern Australia and to significantly improve that local economic outcome. Can you just, in terms of RGED and the RAISE program, how does this connect local communities? And I suppose the biggest provider we have in our regions is councils, so our local government councils, which are excluded from this program, as I understand, under current. No. So how many of those jobs are in councils?
I would have to take
Can you take that on notice? If that's all right, it'd be good to just get a breakdown, Ms. Guthrie, on if there are positions in those councils in those regions. And Pacific, it'd be good to have a look across Northern Australia, but this is specific to the Northern Territory, because some of the councils are saying that they don't have access to RGED because of because of the government's policy. It would be good, and you're saying no, there are positions in local government councils. If you can just take that on notice and provide that to the community, that would be good.
And just to remove doubt, sorry, I do have the GOGS in my hand here, and it does have the eligibility criteria at it to be one of the following entity types, and it is Australian local government body.
So councils can access. So can I get those numbers? Are you able to?
We can take that on notice. I just don't know the exact specificity of that, but yes, of course.
Just how many are in councils, that's all. Thank you. I did have a native title question. I wanted to come back to native title, but I've lost my question. I might, if you're open to it, Ms McDonald, to write it down properly, because I think it's an important area that intersect between the Aboriginal Land Rights Act and ELRA. So when we're talking about emerging industries, how that's working. But if you're open to it, Ms Patrick, we could write as a committee that put that question in more legible form than what I'm saying, so that everyone understands it, and then send that through to the department if you're happy with that. Thank you. I don't know. So I think there was just one question that was asked, was RGED jobs after 3 years of grant funding and it expires, what happens to that? Is that government, is that dependent on government, Ms Guthrie, or is it the hope that, you know, if private enterprise or emerging industries come up, that those jobs could go into those? Is NIAA having conversations with industry to start looking at how they might fund some of those jobs, and then that's more sustainable into the future?
Yeah, so I think you're 100% right, all of the above. And as I mentioned before, part of the application process is about organisations articulating their role for sustainability, or how they see sustainability in the future of those programs. So through, and it's sort of based on individual circumstances, but as we are managing that grant, we set out through that the expectation of what an organisation would say their sustainability is. We will obviously, through our regular provider management, be working with people and they're reporting on their progress towards that. We would probably say that, you know, as you go into the end of a grant agreement, like I mentioned, there are instances where it might become sustainable as its own entity or a social enterprise, and it would make sense for that grant to naturally finish, because that funding, like I said before, if you're not turning a profit, you can't employ people, but you can't employ people if you're not making a profit. So if that seed funding is taken off and it's working, it would make sense for that grant to cease and the organisation to just take that on. And private industry, they become their own industry. It could depend if there's a different circumstance, like you mentioned. In 3 years' time, there might be a different approach, a different funding agreement, a different mechanism for them to tap into funding, or it could be that through that grant, someone has finished their apprenticeship through that, where we're seeing things, like I mentioned, around people accessing training and being able to become qualified. We've seen applications for bakeries, for mechanics, where people are coming through and they have gone through that process, being qualified, are able to translate that into their own small business or be able to do something else. So it will depend on the circumstance, but it is very much a part of the application process. We ask the organisation to consider the sustainability of what they're applying for, and we will keep working with them and monitoring that through our monitoring and evaluation framework as we keep going.
No, look, I think, Ms Guthrie, the RGED program and the design and what's happened has been fantastic, and I congratulate you and the department with that. It hasn't been easy, and I'm the most critical, I tell you. But it has been. I said to Border Force, well done. It's not an easy landscape. One of the follow-on questions from that, though, to Ms Mellinger or Ms Patrick, listening to, you've heard the response from Ms Guthrie. When we talk about emerging industries or decommissioning, there are opportunities for remote jobs right across Northern Australia, whether it's in Queensland, the Northern Territory or Western Australia. But specifically for the Northern Territory, there's the Aboriginal Investment Northern Territory. How much of that, so with the remote jobs and workforce program, is there discussion between the department, AINT, to look at how they might invest in, some of the infrastructure and some of the jobs?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, certainly there is discussions. And recently AINT joined a broader workshop with the NT government and the peak bodies APONT, which, as you know, has land councils, NARJA, AHANT, NTIBN, and certainly we're working with the Northern Territory and Indigenous Business Network as well. So we have funding under NT-RAY for 8 business hubs, and we're certainly still in discussion about where those hubs may be placed. But certainly that will help with the economic agenda that Jess has outlined, and we all bring something to the table. So AINT have recently announced their community impact projects. So Liratipa or Ginger Porter in Santa Teresa being one of those. We've got some RGED funding in there, and then we're working with DSS as well about how we might bring a collective effort to workforce planning, particularly for young people in that region. So there are, much bigger conversations going on at that strategic jurisdictional level, and then we're seeing the impacts of that on the ground as well. So there's always more to be done, and I think as RGED progresses and people understand it better, we will certainly continue to have those conversations.
Thank you. Look, I've
got one more.
Yeah.
This is a developing issue. People who have received RGEP funding some are saying that it is difficult to find appropriate candidates to then staff what they're running. What is the backup if you've now got a business that you are unable to find the staff for?
Thank you. And I was just about to say before to the Chair's comments that the challenge that does now come is the implementation of, when you create flexible funding, the implementation of that just requires a lot of detail and a lot of being able to connect local dots. And for RGED providers, as I've mentioned before, the full intent of the funding is to provide entry-level programs with the intent of people being eligible for those jobs who either are eligible for income support or who are coming off the unemployment caseload. And so our primary way in which we would suggest RGED providers are able to bring people in at that level is to work with their Remote Australia Employment Service. As I said, they're across the same regions. So if you have RGED funding, you will have a Remote Australia Employment Service to work with. And the benefit to an RGED organisation to do that would be that the employment service provider is able to provide post-placement support. They can help you identify the appropriate candidate, what kind of skills and training that candidate might have, their job history, work with you to connect them, and then provide the post-placement support coming into a part-time casual or ongoing role. The connecting part from the RGED program to the employment service, the remote employment service, is that there are outcome payments associated with that as well for providers who are putting job seekers into roles around 13, 26 and 52 weeks, which is a new part of the Remote Australia Employment Service. It's having a 52-week outcome payment, which is about incentivising and encouraging people to move into full-time employment.
And we might just get Ms Birch to add a sort of local example from North Queensland as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sabrina. I just wanted to, for the record as well, our statistics in North Queensland for RGED. So for round 1, we had a total number of 174 jobs. And round 2, we had 155 jobs. So we've got 329 in total in North Queensland at the moment. And I just wanted to go back to the member Blackhart's question around the infrastructure-based projects. I might take that on notice and come back with more information, but we do support a number of councils through the first 2 rounds with activities. At the moment, we've got Arakoon Shire Council. We also have Mornington Shire Council and Palm Island Aboriginal Council as well have activities with us. One of the activities on the Palm Island Aboriginal Council is around improving local waste infrastructure and embedding long-term waste management capacity within the community. So some entry-level programs there working on that activity. I just wanted to share we've got Torres Strait Council in the Torres Strait region too, and they've got 5 jobs up there, just a range of different gardening roles and customer experience officer positions to try and support those local councils where we can communicate with other Commonwealth agencies about any infrastructure opportunities through RGED in future rounds that come through. Thanks, Selena.
Look, thank you for your evidence today, Ms Patrick and Jess. The committee's agreed that responses to any questions on notice, and we'll list all of those, and you'll be provided with them within 2 weeks of you receiving a copy of the Hansard transcript. But thank you very much for coming today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you to the committee.
Now that these mopping here, I'm going to go straight into it. Yeah. They right up there. Yep. I now welcome representatives from the Department of Climate Change, Energy, the Environment and Water in person of the Net Zero Economy Authority by video conference. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full name and the capacities in which you appear today?
Good afternoon, my name is Kate Lee Perry. I'm the branch head of the Carbon Crediting Branch in the Department of Climate Change, Energy, the Environment and Water.
Declan O'Connor-Cox, I'm the branch head of the EPBC Regulatory Support Branch in the same department.
I'm Catherine Zerger, I'm the branch head of Hydrogen and Industrial Futures in the department.
My name is Daniel Besley, I'm the branch head for the Product and Industrial Emissions Branch. And I'm Alison McMurray, branch head of the Nature Repair Market Delivery Branch in the department.
We also have Mr Cosgrave. Can you hear us?
Loud and clear. So Josh Cosgrave, General Manager for Queensland, South Australia and Western Australia in the Net Zero Economy Authority, and joined by my CEO, David.
Thank you, Chair and Josh. My name is David Shanky, and I'm the CEO of the Net Zero Economy Authority. Thank you for having us.
Thank you. Do any of you have an opening statement? None?
Yes.
Oh.
Yes, I would
Yeah.
make one if that's all right.
No,
or would
invite you,
declare-
Mr Sankey, to do an opening statement.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. Thanks for the opportunity to appear today. The Net Zero Economy Authority was officially established as an independent statutory authority on December 2024. The authority has a place-based approach to help workers, communities and investors navigate the transition in key industrial regions across Australia. The authority has focused its initial work on 6 regions, 2 of which are located in Northern Australia, Central Queensland and the Pilbara. Industrial transition, diversification by definition, sets a platform for emerging industries, and the authority has a view that the economies of Central Queensland and the Pilbara are central to Australia's emerging industrial future. Both regions have significant emissions-intensive industries, face workforce challenges and infrastructure challenges, but they're both mature industrial regions with extensive natural resources and skilled workers that are essential to Australia's future competitiveness. Our submission to the committee identifies issues that we've observed in these regions, including emissions from existing heavy industries, timelines for coal-fired power station closures, workforce changes, infrastructure gaps, in addition as well. At the same time, it highlights major opportunities to leverage the region's renewable resources, industrial base, proximity to Asia, to develop low emissions industries such as green metals, ammonia and critical minerals processing. For Northern Australia, this transition carries both risks and opportunities. Emissions-intensive industries in regional areas risk losing competitiveness with decarbonisation pathways are not implemented in time. But comparative advantages of renewable energy resources, mineral diamonds, land availability, industrial capability and proximity to growth markets position Northern Australia to become a major producer and exporter of low emissions commodities. Northern Australia plays a pivotal role in this opportunity by hosting globally significant resources and industrial assets supported by the strategic ports that are crucial for the region's success. This proximity allows Australia to meet the high demand of decarbonising Asian economies while providing a cost advantage through lower transportation expenses and shorter shipping times compared to our other trade partners. By leveraging these established trade relationships and securing regional supply chains, Northern Australia is uniquely positioned to attract and establish new industries, provided there is coordinated action across infrastructure development, investment facilitation, and deep collaboration with our First Nations communities. Success will depend on aligning the development of new industries with coordinated support for regional transition. And this means that the shift to new energy systems and industries is not just economic transformation, but a regional one, requiring targeted effort to ensure communities and workforces are enabled to participate and benefit from that change. I'd be delighted to leave it there, and I'll send a copy of that to the committee, and
that would be
and we'll be welcoming your questions.
Thank you, Mr Sankey, for your opening statement. And I now invite members of the committee to... before I do that, though, I just want to... So we've got the Deputy Chair of the committee, the Honourable Melissa Price, MP, member for Durack online, and Mr Luke Gosling, the member for Solomon, both online. So, Senator Smith, no or yes? No. Mr Smith.
Bear with me, I have notes. So I guess a lot of our discrete communities, basically everything north of Cooktown, is running on diesel generators. Is there an overarching plan for, I guess, the decarbonisation of the far north? And what is our resilience strategy for making sure that when we do have shocks like we have seen in the last 4 or 5 months, that we can ensure that our communities that are relying on diesel are going to have the fuel and the energy that they need to function?
Senator, thank you very much for the question. I think one of our privileges in working in this particular authority is that we have the ability to focus on a limited number of regions across the continent. And we are focused on, in Northern Australia, just 2 of those regions that are particularly exposed to the transition from an industrial sense and they are the Pilbara as well as Gladstone. As far as the remote communities are concerned and what the broader government strategy is on that, there is a First Nations clean energy strategy led by the Q, which does have a variety of initiatives around diesel generation in both the Northern Territory as well as Cape York. But I wouldn't want to speak more for that particular strategy than that I'm aware that department is pursuing it, and sort of seek that the committee look to them for information around what is happening in those areas.
And I guess what opportunities do you see for the far north? And I've done that far north thing again, Marion, because it's just when I say far north, just imply Northern Australia.
Yeah.
What opportunities are available for us in terms of the economic productivity that the transition to renewable energy is going to provide? I guess obviously mining is a big part of it, but beyond that we've got a fair bit of space, we've got a lot of water, we've got a lot of sunshine. How are we going to be able to leverage this to really boost the economic powerhouse that we should become up there?
Senator, I would point to the history of what Australia has done in terms of rooftop solar to highlight the major opportunity that Australia has. So that the way I sort of think about this, Australia is the leading nation in rooftop solar, and also certainly one of the cheapest places in the world to deploy rooftop solar. And we were able to do that, and a lot of people sort of think that the reason for that is that China's panels have sort of decreased to such an extent, and that we are sort of just taking all the benefit of that. But the reality is that the cost of installing rooftop solar has decreased in Australia over the past 20 years by about 90%. And half of that cost reduction has come from the installation costs. So not just the solar panel costs, but the installation costs. And so our challenge and opportunity then is can we leverage what we did in terms of rooftop solar across the nation into the much larger land-based opportunities that we have across the nation with very large solar and renewable projects. In other words, can we bring that cost reduction that we were able to do in rooftop solar into large-scale opportunities? Arena, who you may have spoken to another time, have an ultra-low-cost solar approach to try and bring those costs down, and most of that work is in the balance of plant and try and bring the associated costs down. But that is where our opportunity is, because we have this huge amount of land available across the north, and if we can then bring to that reductions in costs of installation with the additional costs that have come from lower costs of solar PV, that's where our real opportunities can be. And so there's a lot of work going on across the government, not just in terms of bringing that technical cost down, but also sort of thinking through where is it that we are best placed to do this well.
Can I just add to Mr. Shanky's response there on, I guess, the industrial opportunity in Northern Australia? And I think building on the low-cost solar, that opens opportunities, obviously, in green metals and hydrogen as well. And so we're seeing a number of kind of early-stage and more developed projects starting to take shape in that region.
Can I ask? Look, I'm not. I think it might be. Who talked about? Or when you did your first introductions, EPBC. So, thank you, Mr. O'Connor Cox. Is that right?
That's correct.
So I suppose in terms of emerging industries and what's happening specifically to the Northern Territory, so Beetaloo Basin, one of the reports that came out of that when it was, being developed, there was, are you familiar with the Pepper Review? That was done at the very first start. So one of the recommendations out of the Pepper report was about offsets. So where is the department in terms of looking across Northern Australia in terms of offsets with projects like we're seeing in the basin? Or are there other projects where we're looking at developing, offsets, whether it's with industry, with government, and with First Nation groups or other groups that may be interested in developing projects off that?
Certainly, Chair, I can speak about the EPBC Act. There are associated programs that the government is investing in as well that are related to that around the nature repair market. But in terms of the EPBC Act, yes, of course, where developments are going to have a residual significant impact on nationally protected matters, then there's a requirement to compensate for that impact through environmental offsets. That's a very important part of the regulatory scheme, and the government has introduced some amendments to the EPBC Act that are of relevance here, particularly around the introduction of a restoration contributions holder, so restoration contributions offsets, another term for offsets. So that will be able to receive funds and provide an alternative for proponents rather than proponents having to deliver their own bespoke direct offsets, find a property, make sure that it's the right property, manage it so that it achieves its outcomes. There's an option for proponents, developers, to pay money into the Restoration Contributions Fund. And that allows at scale investments that are more strategic and that can support more sort of regional and larger scale approaches to things like threat abatement. It can build capacity in regions by working with NRM groups, local groups, First Nations groups and traditional owners as well, to provide funding for programs that acquit the offset for other developments in the region. So that option, which is part of the reforms and which will be established later this year, will provide that alternative. So that means that the proponent gets a quicker and more efficient journey, and the offsetting is more strategic, and it allows and builds capacity in the regions amongst various groups to deliver those programs like threat abatement or revegetation, etc.
So when we're looking at, say, fire management programs, so Ms McMorrow, do you want to, or Mr. So,
I'm happy to go over
whether that.
Yeah, so in terms of the nature repair market, one of the parts of the reforms to the EPBC Act late last year was to allow environmental offsets to be supplied through the nature repair market. So the nature repair market is quite new. It only came in early 2025. We are in the process of developing the first what we call offset capable method under the market, which we aim to legislate later this year. It's going to focus on enhancing native vegetation, mostly in the modified land use areas, so not a lot of Northern Australia, but a little bit in the eastern Queensland area. But what we also have underway are a number of projects that could inform future methods, including some of those fire-based methods. So we have a project with NALSMA and other Indigenous organisations.
Is that the carbon capture?
So the carbon one...
The carbon farming, sorry, the fire management?
Yes, thank you. So I was going to go to that if you're also interested in those. So the work that I'm involved in is with the fire management projects to reduce emissions and store carbon, and that's under the Australian Carbon Credit Unit Scheme, which in terms of offsets is different to the offsets Declan
That
was
you'd get for
discussing
mining,
for the EPBC, but is offsetting Australia's emissions and helping meet.
And does that come under nature repair? I'm just trying to join.
Yeah, no.
They're kind of like sister markets. So the ACCU scheme is about carbon, and the nature repair market is about biodiversity enhancements.
Okay.
They work alongside each other.
They do, and we work very closely together, which is really important. So I'm very happy to talk a bit about the fire management in the carbon market. So really great to see this year the government made 2 new Savannah fire management methods for the carbon market. And for the first time, what's significant there is that for the first time, those methods enable carbon credits to be issued for carbon that's stored in the landscape, particularly in live trees and dead trees, which hasn't been enabled by science previously under our scheme. So what this means is that we've got a whole lot of projects operating across Northern Australia already, over I think it's about 86 million hectares of land, which is huge. But what that means is that with those existing projects, they will have the opportunity to move across to the new method that has been made, and through that generate more carbon credits and more revenue over time. So we've expanded the opportunities for projects across Northern Australia to earn carbon credits through the new methods. And significantly, that is meaning that First Nations communities across the north who run a lot of these projects and are very, very engaged and involved, and of course it's drawing on their many, many thousands of years of cultural burning knowledge and practice. For the first time, they'll be able to access these new methods and generate more credits. So what that will mean is more revenue for communities across the north, and revenue that is going to be sustained over quite a long period of time. We have a 25-year crediting period for these new methods, which means for the next 25 years, if those projects transfer, they can generate carbon credits and then have a revenue source for those communities over the next 25 years.
That's good. All right, and look, this next question, I've got 2 questions from the Deputy Chair, whether the net zero, Mr Shanky, or any members of the panel. So she's asked, what do you see are opportunities for Northern Australia in terms of the Net Zero Authority? And we've got your submission, and thank you for putting for your submission, which is quite substantial. But can you just outline quickly what you think some of those opportunities are for across Northern Australia? Mr Shanky?
Josh, do you want to go?
You're on mute.
There we go. Thank you, Senator. The focus for us in Northern Australia is place-based. So we have 2 particular regions in Northern Australia, one being Central Queensland and the other being the Pilbara. The opportunities, there are some similarities between both regions and some significant differences, but certainly in the Pilbara, opportunities such as green metals, ammonia, clean ammonia, certainly the renewable energy build-out at scale is a major opportunity. And in terms of critical minerals projects that enable indirectly future net zero ambitions, that's a big opportunity in the Pilbara as well. Central Queensland, noting Gladstone has a number of industries which are decarbonising. Decarbonisation of existing industries is a major opportunity there. It's almost an industry in itself, similar in the Pilbara. I guess supply chain opportunities for renewable energy. So we are doing some work we've just started on, I guess, opportunities for SMEs to get more engaged in the renewable energy rollout in some of the councils west of Gladstone. And again, green metals and some ammonia is an opportunity as well. So I think both on the east and the northwest coast, the access to markets is very helpful. So some of the driving behind those emerging industries is partly trade-based, with interests from overseas. And there's a number of firms at varying levels of technology development pushing those new industries ahead. That's just a selection. There are a range of other projects. Some of the miners have got major electrification ambitions, certainly both in the Pilbara, probably more obviously, and some in central Queensland as well. So there is quite a lot happening. I think one challenge is literally the scale of trying to get some of those things done.
Thank you, Mr Cosgrove. I'll see Senator Smith.
No.
No questions? Okay. One further question from the Deputy Chair, and I'm not sure who, but please answer if you can. Are electricity grids fit for purpose to support further solar projects?
I'd pass to DQ first. I can provide some Pilbara and Central Queensland context, but it's a broader thing.
I think I'll just start by talking at a very high level and then maybe pass to Mr Cosgrave. I think in the space that we see with a lot of hydrogen projects and also the green metals projects, they are building the infrastructure and the electricity infrastructure for that. They are looking at building the electricity infrastructure along with the project itself, so it is behind the meter or an off-grid project, not necessarily connected to the grid. It does depend where those projects are. Obviously Gladstone is a little bit different, but that's what we're seeing, I think, generally in the Pilbara. But Mr Cosgrove may be able to talk a little bit more on that.
Mr Cosgrove.
Thanks, Catherine. With the Central Queensland approach, a significant interest in strengthening the Central Queensland grid, and that's partly linked to the forecast retirement of the Gladstone Power Station. There's a lot of renewable energy being built in Central Queensland, in the ranges. Strengthening that grid in time for the retirement of the coal-fired power station and the renewables coming online is going to be a significant achievement and very important to that region. So that is grid-based, it's not off-grid. As Catherine mentioned, with the sort of projects building their own, that's quite an obvious thing in the Pilbara. There's a range of, certainly some of the miners, Fortescue has effectively been building their own transmission to assist their electrification ambitions. And there are a number of projects in the Pilbara that will be, in a sense, doing it alone. Nonetheless, there is a broad interest for common user infrastructure in transmission with the grid in the Pilbara, and the WA government's leading the Pilbara Energy Transformation Plan, which is, in essence, basically trying to look at the efficiencies both in cost and materials that you get from building out a common user grid in a relatively complicated part of the world in terms of energy. So, yeah, there's a bit happening up there, both off and on grid.
I would just add to Mr Cosgrove's comments that the capacity of the grid and whether there is sufficient capacity really does depend on what form the new demand takes. In other words, that if the capacity of the grid is really determined by peak demand, and if that new demand that comes into the system does have some degree of flexibility around it, the grid is much more able to adjust to that and to cope with that. So a lot of the new projects and new propositions that we might be having in these regions, particularly ammonia and some of those other productions like that, do have a certain level of flexibility to their demand, and that does add to the ability of the grid to absorb those new industries. So a lot of those New connections will be asked first what their degree of flexibility that they can provide.
No further questions, Matt? No. Okay. Look, thank you all for your evidence today. And the committee's agreed that any responses to any questions on notice, I don't think we took any questions on notice, but if they should be provided within 2 weeks of you receiving a copy of the hands-on transcript. Thank you all for coming today. Thank you. And I think we might just have a short 5 minute break. Just I need to. So the committee will now suspend for 5 minutes and be back the hearing to resume at 1:25, given that our next lot of, I think, people giving evidence are here.
They are.
Welcome representatives from the Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry in person. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Dr. Peter Finnan. I'm the First Assistant Secretary for the Biosecurity Strategy and Reform Division at the Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry.
Heather McGilvray. I'm the Assistant Secretary for Climate Policy in Department of Ag, Fisheries and Forestry.
I'm Courtney Bryan. I'm the Assistant Secretary in the Agriculture Policy Division.
Thank you. And just before I invite you to, if you've got an opening statement, we have the Honourable Miss Melissa Price, MP, Member for Durack online, and Mr Luke Gosling, Member for Solomon, also online. I now invite you to make an opening statement. If you have an opening statement at the end of conclusion of any remarks, I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions.
Thank you, Chair. I do have a short opening statement. The Department welcomes the opportunity to appear before the committee today and contribute to its inquiry into preparing for emerging industries across Northern Australia. Agriculture is already a well-established and critical part of Northern Australia's economy. In 2020-2021, it contributed around $8.2 billion to the region, representing about 12% of Australia's total agricultural gross value of production. The Department supports established and emerging industries in Northern Australia through a mix of targeted and national activities. This includes helping industries adapt to climate change, improve sustainability, strengthen their market readiness, respond to biosecurity threats, build workforce capability, and accelerate innovation in emerging sectors. As you would be aware, Australia has recently confirmed detections of H5 avian influenza, or H5 bird flu, in wild birds. There are currently 3 confirmed detections in migratory seabirds, 2 in Western Australia and 1 in South Australia. There have been no detections in poultry, and there is no evidence of large-scale mortality in any animals, and the current risk to the people in Australia remains low. While these detections have occurred in southern Australia, they are an important reminder of the pathways by which diseases can enter the country, including those relevant to Northern Australia. Importantly, they also demonstrate that Australia's surveillance, preparedness and response systems are working as intended. Under national biosecurity arrangements, states are leading on-ground operational responses, with Western Australia and South Australia responding swiftly, and national coordination being led by the Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry. This includes close coordination across all jurisdictions and with partners in environment and health and human health sectors, ensuring that our activities are aligned across the full One Health system. From a Northern Australia perspective, the committee can be assured that the systems, governance arrangements and investments in preparedness are being actively tested and strengthened through this process. This experience will be directly relevant in the event of any future incursions, including in Northern Australia. The Department is also engaging with the Senate Rural and Regional Affairs and Transport Committee and will be providing a briefing to the committee on H5 bird flu next week. We welcome any questions of the committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Finnan. I now invite members of the committee. Senator Smith.
Yes, thank you very much. Can you give me an update insofar as DAF is involved with the first point of entry arrangements for the Port of Wyndham?
I certainly can. So I think, as you're probably aware, the first point of entry relates to a specific determination that's made under the Biosecurity Act, which provides approval, if you like, for certain sorts of people, cargoes, vessels, conveyances to arrive at a particular first point of entry. So in relation to the work of the Port of Wyndham, we are working very closely with the Kimberley Ports Authority and also Australian Border Force to facilitate design and construction of infrastructure to support their expanded border activity at that port. And this includes this includes importation of containers for the future export of cotton. From our perspective, this is progressing well, with the Department currently reviewing an updated concept design, which we received from the Kimberley Port Authority in late May. It's important for the department to be able to review that design and confirm that the infrastructure that will be available will be able to support the effective management of the biosecurity risk that would be associated with bringing a different sort of cargo, in this case containers, into that port. As I'm sure we all appreciate, containers can bring a whole range of biosecurity risks into the country. They're particularly associated with what we often term as hitchhiker pests, things like the giant African snail, capra beetle, brown marmorated stink bug. And what we need to ensure with any new or emerging port, in fact any port around the country, is that the facilities that they have will be able to deal with any biosecurity risk material that arrives. And obviously the sorts of material that could arrive will depend on the sorts of cargo coming in. So that's the purpose of the determination. So we will continue to work with Border Force to ensure that there are appropriately amenities for staff to operate in that environment, but most importantly with the Port Authority to ensure that there is the right infrastructure to facilitate biosecurity examination, but most importantly, if biosecurity risk does arrive, that we have the appropriate facilities to manage that risk.
What are the key features of the concept design that's been provided to you by the Kimberley Ports Authority?
I don't have details of that, Senator, but from our perspective, some of the things that we are looking for, they include container stands to facilitate appropriate inspection of containers on all 6 sides, wash bays, wash storage areas and staff amenities, but also particularly fumigation areas for the management of biosecurity risk.
When do you expect to have completed your review of the updated concept design?
I don't have a particular time frame in the material that's in front of me, Senator, but certainly I know that the teams are working as quickly as they can because we are very focused on ensuring that this project continues to move forward. I can seek to get a further update on notice if you would like.
Yes, please. Yep. When just keen to know the anticipated what's the right word? The anticipated confirmation or otherwise of the concept design. So an updated concept design has been provided. Is that because you sought improvements to the original concept design?
Apologies, Senator, I'm not across that level of detail.
Sorry?
Apologies, I'm not across that level of detail, but I suspect there was probably feedback from both ourselves and Border Force through that process.
Did DAF make any special requests in regards to staff amenities as part of the infrastructure to be provided on the site?
Nothing beyond what would be usual for any arrangements around first ports of entry right around the country. It is important that we have staff on site to be able to carry out those functions, and they will need basic amenities to support them in those activities. But I'm not aware of any particular special requests that we've made beyond what would be within any normal first port of entry determination.
What would be usual in regards to staff amenities? Yeah.
As you would expect, access to bathrooms and the like, meeting rooms and otherwise areas in which we can store equipment, particularly for the management of biosecurity risk.
Is there a requirement for sleeping quarters, given its remoteness?
Not to my knowledge, but I can confirm that on notice.
Yeah. If there were any other requests, if you could provide that on notice, if there are any features of the staff amenity infrastructure that that is unique to the Port of Wyndham site or uncommon in other staff amenities around the country, if you could provide that on notice as well, that'd be great.
No problem.
Great, thank you very much.
Is there any? That's it. Mr. Smith?
Thank you. I guess a couple of questions. At the end of the report here, there's a little bit about some of the emerging opportunities. One that's been floated around in my part of the world, particularly in the Mossman area, given that the Mossman mill has recently gone under and has really impacted a sugar growing community is banner grass, which is my understanding of biofuel. Does the department have any position on banner grass as an opportunity? Is it something that should be continued to be looked at? Obviously, Mossman was highly dependent on sugarcane and on its mill, and this has been really devastating for that little town. And they are desperate to find, what is our next step, because we've got all this agricultural land, but currently nothing to grow on it.
Thanks for the question. I guess first off, the department doesn't have a particular view on the role of that type of feedstock, but we are doing our work currently in the area of development of a feedstock industry in Australia as part of the government's sort of broader suite of activity around supporting domestic production of bioenergy. I think you may have had some witnesses early in the day that have spoken to some of the sort of overarching policy settings around working with industry on measures to develop, to sort of drive demand for uptake of bioenergy in the Australian economy, the investments the government's making into the Cleaner Fuels program to support bioenergy production. And then we've been working on a national bioenergy feedstock strategy, which has been looking at sort of the range of feedstock opportunities across Australia and what might be needed to kind of position different parts of ag and forestry to be able to respond to this developing market. Certainly the type of feedstocks that have been coming up generally, like there's existing feedstocks that are produced across Australian agriculture like canola, tallow. The sugar industry certainly has a very strong interest and potential in the development of this industry, and I am aware that there's a number of sort of production facilities contemplated in the north, and they are working with different kind of segments of the feedstock industry, including sugar, around opportunities in that area. There's also sort of a range of more novel feedstocks, I suppose I would characterise them as, that are kind of being contemplated, that about Pongamia and Carinata, and that are opportunities that can kind of develop over time. So we haven't, in our work, we haven't been sort of preferencing a feedstock over another. That's generally something that will emerge as the market develops, but it's more about the underpinnings that will enable different feedstock opportunities to step in and enter into the market.
Yep. I'm going to jump about a little bit here. A lot of the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander communities up on the Cape and obviously the Torres Strait are very keen on becoming more self-sufficient. Food security is a very real problem for our remote and discrete communities because of the nature of the distance and the wet season. What role and support is available to particularly councils, because councils are generally the largest employer and the only industry in these towns that have the capacity to do so, to get into the agriculture industry. Abattoirs comes up again and again, the ability to farm and process their own meat, so they're less reliant on the barge coming in, which can be cyclone dependent or even fuel dependent these days.
Yeah, thanks. Unfortunately, none of us here represent parts of the department who deal with the meat processing sector, so we probably won't be able to provide you answers today on that, but we're happy to take those questions and provide you with some answers on notice in relation to that particular question. I think in broader terms, there are a range of programs that the department is involved in and administers that does sort of go to some of those things around First Nations self-sufficiency that you're talking about. And certainly one thing that perhaps is worth highlighting is the role of the Indigenous Ranger Biosecurity Program in the north. It's a really vital component of our national biosecurity system and really underpins our ability to undertake surveillance activities across the north of Australia, right from the east through the west in those regions. It's that vital connection to country that our First Nations peoples have. They're on country, they know their country, they are best placed to be able to provide us with that really first intelligence that something might have entered the country that we should be concerned about. So certainly under that program we continue to foster that relationship with First Nations communities right across the north. We're partnering with 71 First Nations ranger organisations across the north at present on that, and it's continues to be an opportunity to build capacity of biosecurity ranges, it's a way in which we can connect with communities, and it's a way of ensuring that our vital biosecurity surveillance activities are undertaken and provide that early warning system to alert us if biosecurity threats are arriving.
Thank you.
I'm not sure who, but I'll pose the question to you, Dr. Finnan. In your submission, and thank you for the submission to the committee, in the submission it said a total of $2.2 million to deliver 3 projects in the Northern Territory, and that's doing soil, agriculture, soil and land management, a manual, sustainable pastoral carrying capacity and soil knowledge capacity. Is that, who are you doing that with? Is that with the Northern Territory? Is that with your NT government?
We have some information on that one. So there's several projects which are benefiting Northern Australia. So that's the $2.29 million to deliver 3 projects. So there's a Northern Territory Agricultural Soil and Land Management Manual, a sustainable pastoral carrying capacities for improved land management practices and soil conditions across Northern Territory rangelands, and soil knowledge capacity in Northern Australia. So in terms of those, we're partnering through the National Soil Action Plan, which I understand is in partnership with states and territories.
Just a question from the Deputy Chair, and I'll just pull that up. Research drove the success of the new cotton industry in the East Kimberleys. What are the current research programs relevant to agriculture in Northern Australia?
So there's a range of research and development we do through our regional development corporations, which are co-funded between levies from industry and Australian government investment. So we obviously meat and livestock, given the cattle industry is very significant in Northern Australia. So there's a range of work that they do in Northern Australia around that. We also have Agri-Futures, which is part of their kind of remit is to look at emerging industries and opportunities there. And so there are a number that are quite relevant to Northern Australia, so particularly hemp, sesame, crocodile and coffee are just some of the examples at which Agri-Futures is looking at opportunities around some of those, and that could develop out for Northern Australia. We also do have cotton as well, so we have an RDC that looks at cotton, which obviously there's also opportunities around it for Northern Australia as well. So industry forecasts indicate that in the Northern Territory by 2030 approximately 77,000 hectares will produce 400,000 bales of cotton, generating $200 million worth of gross revenue.
Okay, and on what sort of estate is that being? Is that NT estate or is it pastoral land estate?
I don't think I have the information there, but we can definitely take that one on and notice and find that one out for you.
Thank you, Ms. Bryan. And if I could just, in terms of also with, because one of the things that we've been working through as the committee is looking at emerging industries, and part of that is looking at First Nation people being part of those industries. How much, or what's the department's, do you have information in terms of, because your submission talks about First Nation biosecurity officers, Indigenous Ranger biosecurity programs, you're talking about First Nation people in your workforce. Where's that at the moment in terms of developing that sort of biosecurity program and First Nation people and their involvement in that?
Certainly, Senator.
No,
Chair.
MP.
MP, yes.
Senator.
Apologies.
Senator.
Too used to coming to estimates hearings. Thanks, Chair. So there are a range of ways in which that plays out. So one thing that we're really proud about is that up in the Torres Strait region, the department's workforce of biosecurity officers up there is 100% First Nations staff, and we have officers on each of the inhabited islands across there, apart from 2. and that's really important, particularly in relation to the management of biosecurity risks that might be coming down through some traditional movements from PNG, but equally there are many natural pathways there and they play a really important role on that front line. I mentioned when I was talking to your colleague around the Indigenous Ranger Biosecurity Program and the work that we do partnering with 71 individual biosecurity ranger groups across the north. That's a really critical element of there. And one of the really important things that we do as part of that program is we administer grant programs on a biannual basis to enable ranger groups to be able to improve their capacity to deliver activities, and then we will enter into fee-for-service contracts with those ranger organisations to actually deliver on-the-ground surveillance activities on our behalf. So it's about improving their capacity to deliver activities, improves their capability in a whole range of functions. So it's not just about biosecurity, but it enables them to broaden out, particularly in relation to effective land management on their country. So we really value that program. Some of the other initiatives that we have under what we call our NAPCAN program, you'll have to bear with me while I quickly find my page so I can tell you what that means. It's the Northern Australia Capacity. Have you found it? No, that's not the one. But essentially under that program, what that is about trying to ensure that we have a pipeline of capability coming into the north. One of the challenges in the north, as you would appreciate, is getting the appropriately qualified capabilities in the north can be challenging. But what that program is looking to do is to work with locals to build their own capabilities, and so that we grow the capacity in the north rather than have to try and import it from somewhere else. And so that has a real focus in partnering with First Nations communities. So for those who are seeking a career in biosecurity, we have a pathway for them. There are a range of programs, including Indigenous apprenticeship programs, which can enable First Nations peoples to enter those workforces, build those capabilities, and be able to, work at home on country, having built their skills and capabilities. So really valuable from our point of view in trying to make sure that we're delivering against what First Nations communities are wanting.
Thank you. In terms of some of the Indigenous programs that you've done, I noticed in 2023 the department funded the Indigenous Land and Sea Corporation to develop Australia's first Indigenous agriculture project framework. Has that been produced or provided? Is that in place in terms of that framework to assist?
The final report has been published on the NFF's website.
Okay. Now, and just in terms of livestock, are you, because it's critical, particularly in the northern, the cattle industry across northern Australia, we had lumpy skin, we had, oh gosh, I can't find the other biosecurity threat that was happening with cattle, but where are we? How are we? Because I know that there was some good education and promotion with the Cattlemen's Association. Have we seen any emergence across Northern Australia with that and that threat from Indonesia?
So the threat from Indonesia remains. Lumpy skin disease certainly emerged, and probably the other one you're searching for is foot and mouth disease, which re-emerged in Indonesia 2 years ago now. 2 years, maybe even 3 years ago now. So we have obviously been watching very carefully all of those developments in Indonesia as both of those diseases have moved further east along the archipelago, and certainly recently there were some detections in Bali that were a bit concerning. So we continue to work with the Indonesian government where we can. We will provide support to them. So we have previously provided support to ensure that they have access to high quality vaccines so that cattle in Indonesia can be vaccinated as part of managing those disease outbreaks. So we continue to watch very closely those developments in Indonesia, but very pleasingly, there has been no suggestion at all that either of those diseases has entered Northern Australia.
Okay, that's good. And then the last one for me, crocodiles, which is an important industry but also emerging in some areas. Where are we at with the plan? Because I know that the department was working on a crocodile management plan. Was it a crocodile management plan? Or a sustainability plan?
You'll have to bear with us. So we have some information, but we may not have all the information.
You can take it on notice if you like, and if that can come back to the committee, if that helps.
Yeah, I'm aware of investments we've made through R&D, but I'm not aware of our plan, but we can look into that one. There was a report released by the Northern Territory Government in 2025, but we can follow up.
All right, you'll send that back. That is good. And there's no other further questions, and I don't think the Deputy Chair had any further questions. Look, thank you for your evidence today. The committee's agreed that responses to any questions on notice should be provided within 2 weeks of you receiving a copy of the Hansard transcript. Thank you. We'll write and get those questions done properly. Makes some sense. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate your time.
I now welcome representatives from the Department of Defence in person. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to committee has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Thank you, Chair. Celia Perkins. I'm the Deputy Secretary, Security and Estate in the Department of Defence.
Thanks, Chair. I'm Patrick Sowry, the First Assistant Secretary, Infrastructure within Defence.
Thank you. I now invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions.
Thank you, Chair. No opening statement today.
No statement. Senator Smith?
Not at the moment.
Okay. I should say online we've got the Honourable Melissa Price, member for Durack, and also Mr Luke Gosling, member for Solomon. Mr Smith.
I said it earlier today, but Australia is essentially upside down. Everything that we need and everybody on the planet is basically to the north of us, yet a lot of our bases are to the south to, I assume, protect us from penguins. But I'm glad to see the investment, particularly in the far north, around defence. Recently, the Common User Facility for Cairns has entered a tender process. Would you be able to go over a little bit about, what a larger shipbuilding and ship repair area for Cairns in particular mean, both for defence and, I guess, more broader economically?
I might turn to you. Mr. Senator.
Yeah, thanks for the question, Senator. Sorry, Mr Smith. So we're not directly involved in the tender process, obviously, that Ports North is undertaking at the moment. The key thing from a defence perspective is that that body of work, and the Commonwealth has had it agreed several years ago to some co-funding in that process. But in terms of maritime sustainment, Cairns is a key node for the future presence of maritime resources in the north. So what we are looking at in terms of that body of work is that we're closely engaged with Ports North in terms of their future development of the Cairns Marine Precinct Common User Facility. The timing of, once they get through that tender process, will be a matter for them, but that's certainly something that we are looking at because we have our Naval Shipbuilding and Sustainment Group have established several years ago regional maintenance centres, one of which is in Cairns. So it's a critical part for the sustainment of the surface fleet in the north.
Senator Smith, do you?
Not just yet.
Okay,
but,
I'll just, sorry.
I think Mrs Price.
I'll just do the Deputy Chair's question. All recent federal governments have identified the impose of Northern Australia to national security. Has the Department of Defence developed a plan or even a framework detailing what infrastructure and extra human resources are needed in Northern Australia?
Thank you very much for the question.
Sorry, that should have been the importance of Northern Australia. Yes. I might have, yeah.
I would expect nothing less from this inquiry.
Yeah.
Yes, and let me start by saying that Northern Australia is, of course, crucial for Australia's defence and for the Australian Department of Defence, and it is central in the government's national defence strategy. I think starting from the Defence Strategic Review in 2023 and reinforced in the National Defence Strategy released in April this year, a significant line of effort is the continued work to uplift the defence estate and particularly through building northern base resilience. So I have in the National Defence Strategy specific accountabilities to manage the program of work around investment in northern bases. We consider that an arc from around the Exmouth Peninsula in the Deputy Chair's electorate through the Northern Territory and around to about Shoalwater Bay, Rockhampton in Queensland, and including Cocos Keeling Island in the Indian Ocean Territories, Chair, in your electorate. And what the government has reinforced in the 2026 National Defence Strategy and the Integration Investment Plan is a policy direction to deliver a resilient network of northern bases and infrastructure to enable the projection of combat power, and a significant body of investment in the current plan, $13 to $16 billion over the next decade, for investment in northern bases. So it's a clear plan. It is outlined in detail in the National Defence Strategy and the Integrated Investment Plan for continued uplifts across bases in that part of the country. We've completed in the last 2 years $2 billion worth of investment. In the last week, we celebrated the end of a major project at RAF Base Tyndall in Katherine. That's been about 7 years of investment uplift there to increase the runway and supporting services at Tyndall. And the future investment is focused around RAF Base Learmonth in WA, Cocos Keeling Island runway extension and expansion, continued works at Robertson Barracks and RAF Base Darwin in Darwin, and significant uplifts for our air and Army assets in particularly RAF Base Townsville and HMAS Cairns that Mr Smith referred to before. So right across the north, the government's strategy and investment program is significantly uplifting our infrastructure and investment to support the capabilities that we're delivering through the integrated investment program that will predominantly be postured to operate across that northern sweep of resilient bases.
Do you have any?
I do. Just in regards to the the uplift of those northern bases, at a sort of a high level, can you give me a sense of the proportionality of the total funding spread across those three jurisdictions, Western Australia, the Northern Territory and Queensland?
Yeah, and I would say this is work that's been ongoing for some time. In general, proportionate terms, I've admitted before Parliament that I'm an arts graduate, not a maths graduate, so I have numbers in front of me. Percentages would be harder. But proportionally, I would say 50% has been focused in the Northern Territory, and that has been primarily, the engineer beside me is probably doing some quick maths and will help me out, in the uplift that has supported not only the increase in Australia's air and naval capabilities, but also support to the US Force Posture Initiative, some significant investment to support that. And then probably in a rough proportion of 45, 35. Western Australia is probably about, 50, 25, 25, 30, 27. Northern Territory, WA, Queensland in those rough proportions. What I would say though is that, the Western Australian work is sort of kicking off now. The Raffleymont redevelopment underway. That's our northern investment. Of course, there's significant infrastructure investment further south in WA in the works that we're doing at HMAS Stirling and perennial investment work in south-east Queensland.
In Western Australia, we hear a lot about people's desire to have high level of confidence that those commercial activities on the northwest shelf, those very significant gas projects, but also the mining and resource projects in the Pilbara, are suitable. That their protection and ongoing sustainability is something that Defence is very, very conscious of. Can Defence point to any particular initiatives that it has promoted or funded specifically around sort of meeting that West Australian expectation that those commercial assets will be protected or are being protected?
Senator, if I speak at a high level, I would say that Australia's National Defence Strategy is a strategy of denial through deterrence, and it has always had at its core an understanding of what an Australian Defence Force needs to be able to do to protect Australia and its national interests. And I've spent a lot of my career in our strategy and policy formulation, and we have for a very long time considered the contribution Defence would need to make in defence of the nation, and that includes critical economic assets without question. The way we enliven that through operational planning happens at a more highly classified level than I would canvass here. But I think when you look at both our National Defence Strategy as released in April this year and historically, we see those roles for the ADF very much around certainly the capacity to project force and contribute to coalition operations in our region and beyond, but to respond to drivers of economic security, supply chain security responses in our immediate region. My colleagues from Border Force were with you earlier. The contributions that Defence makes to support other government priorities, including our economic security and our border security, have always been part of the planning that we do for the way in which the Australian Defence Force can be used.
Over the last few years, much greater focus on submarine capability. What, recognising the classified nature of what you may or may not be able to share, what can you share with us in regards to the Harold Holt facility, its sort of ongoing criticality?
The Harold Holt capability, a very low frequency communications capability on the Exmouth Peninsula, is one of a number of really critically important strategic capabilities on the Exmouth Peninsula. They are all very important both for the way that the ADF operates and how we operate in coalition. It will remain a critical part of the ADF capability. We have been working over a number of years at investments in the capabilities that reside on the Exmouth Peninsula, and in those northern base uplift plans there is future plans for more work to uplift the Harold E. Holt facility. You would know better than I, Senator, that is a part of the country that has recently and historically suffered quite badly through storms, most recently a cyclone. And I find
big storms for those that might be listening but unaware. Yeah.
That's right.
Very big storms. Yeah.
What we have found is that our capacity to plan resiliently for the state is that Harreldy Holt is one of those sites where we have always much work to do, particularly after storm season. So Harreldy Holt, critically important, will remain critically important. That's an important part of the country for us, and the Northern Infrastructure Investment Plan includes uplifts at Harreldy Holt.
For a long time, people have correlated a stronger defence presence with more visible ADF personnel. That's not necessarily accurate, is it? Particularly with technological developments and satellite communications. You know, there's a whole sort of communications piece to our defence capability that would be invisible to many people.
It's an important point, Senator, and I think one of the things that we would reinforce is that as the government has delivered the National Defence Strategy and the IOP, my part of that is the force posture. The ADF will be largely in a similar footprint geographically around the country. It is important to be visible in communities. We think that's an important way of recruiting people, attracting people to joining the ADF. But really where the National Defence Strategy is focusing on us is an integrated focused force that is more tightly aligned to the challenges we expect to face in the next 5, 10 and 15 years. And the capability directions in that, for instance, will, as you've already mentioned, focus on the optimal pathway for the submarine program. That capability will primarily reside in the southeast of Western Australia. The large investment for the Army is the Future Littoral Watercraft program, and that capability will primarily be home-ported and operate in Darwin, North Queensland and southeast Queensland. And Army's uplift in its aviation capability will see an uplifted presence in Townsville, for instance. So as we do the strategy work, we think very carefully about where the ADF needs to be and how to most effectively operate for the sorts of missions that those capabilities are designed for. But at the same time, there is a great mindfulness in that planning for how we recruit and attract people and how we support them through their service and in ways that are beneficial for our members and their families. And so a balance is always necessary around family careers, kids and education, and in my engagements, particularly in the Northern Territory, now having been very strongly embedded for decades, that real sense of working with states and territories on families, education, and how the ADF exists as a community member as well. But in the more remote places, the way in which technology enables our work will change, I think, what the force looks like, and we'll keep planning that through our strategic policy development.
Final question from me. The recent ongoing conflict in the Middle East has highlighted vulnerabilities, particularly with narrow naval passages, whether they be for Navy craft or freight craft. Of course, the shipment of Australian commerce into North Asia passes through very narrow straits. Some of them have traditionally been quite vulnerable points, might even still be very vulnerable points. How has the recent conflict in the Middle East changed or perhaps highlighted the importance of that northwestern vantage point, that northwest outlook on those, on the Indonesian archipelago, the strait between Indonesia and Malaysia, for example? These are very, very tight passages, and significant energy and resource trade.
I think that's an incredibly important question, and in fact one that's been at the core of our strategic planning over many decades. Australia is a nation that sits quite distant for much of the world, and both our capacity to operate militarily and the supply chains that support Australia in the delivery of goods from the rest of the world move through sea lines of communication, many of which for us come through in North Asia and Southeast Asia. And so it has been a fundamental part of how we think about our maritime strategy. I would say that it's a central pillar of the argument for a nuclear-powered submarine capability, a capability that can operate at a distance with increased stealth to increase our capacity. But also the other maritime investments the government is focused on, including the Ghost Shark and the Blue Bottle capabilities that have the capacity to have uncrewed capabilities operating at distance from Australia and through particularly our maritime approaches. So we've always been focused on building an ADF capability that helps us project force through the Indonesian archipelago and into the broader parts of the Indo-Pacific. That's been really important in our air power and in our maritime domain, thinking about that role in terms of how Australia would contribute to securing sea lines of communication while working with our partners and allies in that part of the world.
Finally, this is definitely finally, the Gascoyne Gateway, can you give us an update, if there is any, in regards to what negotiations or level of interest Defence might have in that particular infrastructure project as a way of sort of facilitating logistical arrangements and storage of vital materials?
I'll say a few words and Mr Sowry might add to them. So we have been engaged with the WA, with the West Australian Government and with the Gascoyne Gateway program over a number of years. As we think about our posture and our logistics requirements, one of the directions from the government in the 2023 Strategic Review and the National Defence Strategy is that we continue to explore the opportunity to work with a new civil infrastructure and dual-use infrastructure. And we've been doing that work quite actively around the country and in our northern base work. I think how we will consider future investments like Gascoyne will be very much working in partnership with the Western Australian Government on how those developments meet the needs not just of defence in that part of the country but the broader WA Government planning approach. Yeah.
So, Senator, as Ms Perkins said, it's the WA Government's leading that process. I think it'd be fair to say from their perspective that while they're looking at a maritime port facility in the Gulf, Gascoyne Gateway is one of the options being presented. Defence has an interest in what develops in that area, obviously, and we would look at the dual use and co-investment where it might suit ourselves. We are doing, and I briefed WA Government colleagues last week on this in terms of regional planning. So we're undertaking some planning where we're doing deeper integration and understanding of with WA Government and local government in terms of their proposed developments in the area, particularly around utilities providers, water and power in particular, and the proposal for a maritime port facility in the Gulf is one of those other sort of elements that's of particular interest to us.
Still in its infancy?
I think it'd be fair to say that so you're talking about the Gascoyne Gateway development
in terms of Defence looking at Gascoyne Gateway as a proposition.
I think that's still in its infancy because it's still got to get through environmental approvals, a few other things before it becomes a sort of something that you could viably look at. Yeah.
Great. Thanks very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
One more.
Yeah, I've got to say.
It'll be the best question ever.
Okay.
You'd really be happy you waited for it. The Puck Treaty, which was signed back in 2025, Really exciting for my area. Obviously, the ties between the Far North and the PNG, given that you can see the two countries from each other. It allows for up to 10,000 PNG nationals to join the ADF. Has there been much of a take-up from PNG, or has that program started yet? And if so, are they going to be based like at 51st in the Cape or just wherever?
I worry that I'll be hopelessly out of my depth as the infrastructure deliverer to answer your questions, Mr. Smith, but I'm happy to take them on notice.
That'll be lovely.
I will say in my security role, we're working very closely on how we support what is a very exciting initiative, including through security clearance vetting. So we are still working through the mechanics with Papua New Guinea on enlivening the treaty. It isn't the intention to really just rely on those regional surveillance force units who are outstanding capabilities for us. It will be integration across the ADF. So it will be a capability we would seek to, wonderful people joining us that we would seek to have come into the ADF and, like any other ADF member, serve where they are needed around Australia.
So easy. Thank you.
It's good. Look, I don't think we've got any more, and I don't think online I haven't received any more from the Deputy Chair or the Member for Solomon. So thank you for your evidence today, Ms Perkins and Mr Sowry. And that concludes today's hearing. Thank you to all the witnesses who appeared and to Hansard and Broadcasting for their assistance. The committee has agreed that responses to any questions on notice should be provided within 2 weeks of witnesses receiving a copy of the Hansard transcript, and the committee stands adjourned.